So they need to tell us why are they struggling to fill those posts? When are they going to? We're on the first quarter in this report, and now it's September, it's second quarter. Of that 153, how many they filled? Because it sounds quite a lot that they need to fill. And what might happen is that some departments have got a habit of saying, in order to offset their spending pressures, where they feel that they need money somewhere, what do? They don't spend on compensation of employees, or they don't hire. And in the previous term, some honorable members that were with us, it used to be an issue where we say people are crying on the ground to say there's no jobs, there's a high unemployment rate. So if the department is not filling posts, how is it meeting that government mandate or government requirement to say that youth unemployment or unemployment has to be addressed if you're not filling the posts? But they will explain it. I'll give them the chance. I won't fight with them. And then slide number 7, next slide. So I've spoken to that. And moreover, in terms of the filling of the post, honorable members, when they give you reasons, we need to assess the reasons. Was it beyond their control? Are the reasons justified? If the department will say, no, we just decided not to fill the post, just because at the end of the day, we felt like we can do away with that post. But that's not beyond their control. And we need to look at, if they do not fill in the post, what is the effect on the human personnel within the department? Because now what you're doing is that you're stretching other people. Are they going to be able to do their job? If you've got one employee and you say that I'm not going to fill a post and somebody's acting on that post, then it means nobody's taking accountability in that post because they're acting on it. So it's always an issue to have vacant posts in the department. So that's the long and short of it in terms of the compensation of groups. Slide number 8, please. Next slide. Okay, then we've got a budget of about 1.28 million within the department. This 1.28 was not catered for in the green book. So that 1.28, I picked it up, it just appeared in the first quarter. So surely there must be some prioritization that must have happened. So they said, okay, we're going to prioritize and budget 1.28 for higher education institutions. The issue behind that story, the department decided to partner with University of KwaZulu-Natal. They're going to have 4 postdoctoral academic experts who will be contracted with the department to undertake a project. What is this project? There is a nice detail. I took it as it is. I don't want to paraphrase it. They said the project aims to provide diagnostic case studies on the April 22 flood disaster. So I think the department, what's happening is that they want to look at the disasters that have happened, and they want experts to look at maybe the issues of what could have been done better, what are the best strategies that they could have been done, and they budgeted about 1.28 to pay those 4 academic experts. And then moreover, they told us that they will come up with a document which is going to be a guiding framework for land use schemes and zoning of vulnerable areas. As we are aware that some people don't want to move in certain areas, and then when floods happen, they cry foul. So I think those academic experts are going to come in and look into those issues. So that 1.28 million, once it gets spent, they've spent it already. On the document, they told us that the 1.28 has been dispersed, it has been spent. Move on to slide number 9. There's 2 issues I will address. There's a budget of 1.28 million, which has to pay 4 postdoctoral experts to do a survey or to do a research on the issue of April 22 disaster. The technical issue, I'll start with the technical issue. On the document itself, they tell us on the narration, or when they explain, they said they've spent nil, which is incorrect. Because according to the tables that they provided on the document, they've spent 1.28 million. So the department needs to explain what's going on. I think it's a technical error from which someone was crafting the document. That's the first issue. And then they need to explain that to us. Then the 1.28 million, after they've explained to us why they told us on the narration that they've spent nil, yet on the tables, they've spent 100% of the budget, which is 1.28 million. They need to go and tell us that 1.28 million, what are the academic experts doing so far? What is happening on the ground? Because the money has been sent to experts and they are getting paid. That's a lot of money for 4 academic experts. So when you average it out, it's almost 300,000 per expert. So they need to tell us what's the document. And maybe as a portfolio committee, they need to appraise us with the document, which the experts might have been drafting. Maybe first draft, second draft, all the way to the 4th draft. For academic experts, we need to know, so what are the findings on the April 2022 disaster? And we need to see that framework that they told us that they're going to do. We need to see the draft. When is the draft going to be available? And what is going to be the impact on the ground once that framework has been developed? Because the intention of the funding or the intention of the academic experts to come through is for them to guide the government or to guide COGTA on how to deal with disasters. So that's the issue there. And then number 10, slide number 10. So I've dealt with other issues. Now we're going to look at infrastructure issues. So the department, honorable members, can be aware. Next slide, please. Thank you. As we are aware, here the new government, national unity, or the GPU, infrastructure is now going to become a priority, where government is saying we need to invest more money in infrastructure, because infrastructure drives the economy. And once the economy, it will drive the issues of, or address the issues of youth unemployment, of poverty, and all of it. So infrastructure is very important. We need to see that the department is in fact spending the entire budget for any infrastructure projects. In the first quarter, their budget, this department, it's not big, it's about 97 million. And they've spent about 17%. Now, this is where you're going to see the reason why they are struggling. They're supposed to be spending 25% at least for the first quarter. Then the reason why they're not spending the 30 million, it's an infrastructure issue. They're going to fix transformers. It's going to be invested in what? In the infrastructure projects. So that's the first reason they tell us. I've spoken to the 30 million, the ESCOM issue. And then slide number 11, the next slide is 10 on the page. Maintenance and repair, they've got 10 million that they've budgeted to maintain the community service centers, imizizizwe, and traditional council buildings. Let me start there. And then of the 10 million that they've budgeted as a total, they've spent about 5 million. As you can see, honorable members, the spending is already at 57%, which means against 25%, they're really spending. They're going ahead of the budget. But they will give us the reasons. They need to tell us that why are they going too fast with the budget? Because our fear as a portfolio committee, if on the first quarter we've already spent half of the 10 million, what will happen in the third quarter if you need to maintain more easily or community centers? What floods happen? What will happen? So they need to explain to us why is the spending moving ahead of the 25%. Usually I always say to honorable members, let's allow them a chance to explain themselves. And you will hear when they explain that it's reasonable or it's not reasonable. It will sound, you will hear it on its own. Then they tell us that, slide please, page 11. If you look at it, they said this is due to the bulk, third line from the bottom, of the spending incurred in the first quarter. That's not good enough. What bulk of spending are you telling us about? This is where we say the departments need to just explain issues and not just write, this is due to the bulk of spending. What did you spend it on? You can't just say the bulk of spending spent in first quarter. Hence, I commended honorable members that you can ask the department to elaborate on the statement. As they elaborate, it will unpack itself automatically. Slide and page 12, next page. Then we've got another budget, 14 million, which is for construction. The first one I spoke to, it was for the maintenance. This one is for the construction of community service centers. They've budgeted about 14 million and they've spent about 17%. Next slide, please. And then, now, this is one is quite interesting. They've got community service centers for easy that they need to construct. And they come to us as a portfolio committee and tell us that, sorry, we're going to slow down the projects because we're having spending pressures within other areas within the department. So the question that we need to ask the department is, if you say you're going to slow down the projects on community service centers and immediately, which is constructing, so what they say is that so that they can have some money coming from that, they're just going to slow down the projects. How will service delivery be impacted on the ground? And they've told the beneficiaries of those community service centers that, sorry, I'm going to slow down the project. So meaning that if the project was anticipated to be finished this year, it might not be finished this year. But what about the beneficiaries on the ground? Have they been consulted? Did they agree? So that we can avoid the issue of service delivery protests. Because if you're going to have a community service center that you needed to construct and you slow it down, the people are waiting for it. Probably the councillors or probably the people on the ground might have promised them that at a certain date we're going to have the community service center. And if the department is slowing down the project, it's having a knock-on effect on the people who are waiting for the project on the ground. And then the last issue, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, next slide, slide 14, page 14. Then the department, this one is not so much of an issue, the budget for infrastructure leases. So these are the buildings that they lease, which is includes Southern Life Plaza, Mzinyata District Office, Amajuba. They've got 27 million or 27.272 million, and they've spent about 16%. Next slide, please. Page 15. On this one, they tell us that the issue of Southern Life Plaza has not been finalized. Remember what I said at the beginning, government has got a priority. Infrastructure is very important. Money needs to be spent on infrastructure. So the department needs to tell us why has the lease been not finalized? What is the current status on the infrastructure lease in Southern Life Plaza? So that come the financial year end, we don't have an underspending. We don't want, so most of the time, our intention to play oversight role, we want at the end of the financial year, 100% must be spent by the department with a clean audit or unqualified audit outcomes. Each will explain these things. So if it has not been finalized, when does it anticipate the lease will be finalized? So Honourable Chairperson, it's a long and short of it. So it's our first time, so I wanted to go slow so we can understand how we
Thank you,
Mr. For the benefit of new members,
I agree, Honourable Kunene. I was going to say the same thing. It wasn't very slow, but an excellent report nonetheless, and it's given us a lot of food for thought. Honourable members, this is also going to be tabled at our first portfolio committee meeting. So we'll have opportunity to go through this thoroughly and come up, ask those questions that were raised at the next meeting. Today, the department, later today, the department will present this report, the same report. And so maybe some of our questions will be answered when they present, but those that are not answered, we can actually hold them on to the next meeting after we've gone through this thoroughly. But you definitely have given us a lot of food for thought. I think now we will hand over to Ms. Municipality. Am I pronouncing it correctly? For the financials and non-financials. Bisane. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good morning, honorable members, honorable chairman. Once again, my name is Bisane. I am a representative of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA. My report is going to be very brief because we are at the end of first quarter for the financial year, and there is not much of activities that normally takes place during the first quarter because it's considered as an implementation stage. for the department to ensure that all programs are in place for projects to start being implemented from the second quarter onwards.
This one.
The report that I'm going to be presenting is the one that routine first quarter analysis report of non-financial information for 2024 and 2025 financial year.
This one. This one, first quarter first.
Yes, that's the one.
I didn't share it. I didn't share it. I want to share it. It's not it's on Teams. It'd be nice to have it. I can send it to you on Teams. This one.
We'll give you a few minutes. Have we all got it, honorable members? All right, they've got it. Thanks. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for the confusion. Can we move on to the introduction? This report provides analysis of the Department of KwaZulu-Natal's first quarter performance progress in implementing non-financial performance targets and indicators to ascertain whether they are in line with the APP. The report will mainly focus on the areas of non-achievements and the reasons that were provided by the department that are supporting the reason why they did not achieve on certain targets. As I've mentioned, that quarter one is considered as a planning phase. Both SOM and Treasury compel the department to finalize all procurement requirements for projects during this quarter in order to ensure that project implementation resumes from second quarter onwards without any delays that could be as a result of untimely planning. On the next slide, slide number 3. That is where I have analyzed the overall structure of the report that was submitted by the department. I have used looking at about 4 aspects, which one covers the actual report itself in terms of structure. The second aspect looks at compliance and quality issues. The third and the last aspect looks at program performance. In terms of the report structure, it was found to be standardized. The template that is in line with the regulations by the Treasury and the Department of Planning and Evaluation. In terms of compliance and quality, the department has indeed complied with Treasury and some regulations, which compels it to submit quarterly report to the executive authority and to portfolio committees through the legislature on their progress on program implementation. In terms of program performance, the targets were presented as they appeared in the APK. The report is comprised of targets, the number of targets that were achieved at the end of Q1 and the targets that were not achieved. The department is also expected to provide the reasons for non-achieved targets and to also provide the portfolio committee with the corrective measures that they are planning to implement to ensure that the non-achieved programs are brought up to speed. Moving on to the next slide, it's slide number 4. Thank you. Slide number 4 gives an overview of the program structure for the Department of COGTA, to say that it is structured around 4 programs. Program 1 is administration. It's aimed at providing support services to other 3 programs. Program 2, local governance support provided to local government structures on government administration and other issues. Program 3 is development and planning. It provides support in terms of planning and development to KwaZulu-Natal municipalities. And the last program, which is program 4, traditional affairs, is aimed at providing support to traditional leadership institutions. On slide number 5. Slide number 5, there's a table there that shows an overall performance of the Department of COGTA at the end of Q1. The department has 118 APP performance indicators and targets, of which 81 of the 118 were set to be achieved at the end of first quarter. Of the 81 set targets, 80 were achieved, leaving one target unachieved at the end of first quarter. All programs 2, 3, and 4 targets were achieved, and the only one unachieved target falls within program 1. The unachieved program under program 1 is from the Legal Services Business Unit. It talks to the percentage of policies that are certified within 30 days of receipt. The target there that was given by the department is 100% for this quarter. Next slide, number 5, please. This target was not achieved because the department did not dedicate an employee to process the certifications on the policy that was received. The department has since made a commitment to allocate an employee for this function. However, they did not provide the time frame for this commitment. I have made a recommendation that the department, through the portfolio committee, the department must provide progress reports or a turnaround plan on this matter with clear time frames as to when they are going to appoint an employee to facilitate this process of certifications. From my analysis, I've also picked up that there are about 5 targets that were overachieved by the department. 3 of the overachieved targets fall within program 1 and 2 are under program 2 and program 3. Slide number 7, please. The first overachieved target under program 1 falls within the Human Capital Development Business Unit. It talks to a number of graduate interns that the department plans to recruit at the end of during Q1, and the target was to recruit 15 interns, and the department ended up recruiting 100 interns. This follows an approval that was granted by the accounting officers to recruit more interns than they had actually planned. While we applaud this commitment by the department because it creates, it contributes to job creation and skills development, as it offers a job experience to many young people and prepare them for future employment. However, It must be done in line with department financial and financial resources and by following appropriate procedures and guidelines. I have made a proposal that the portfolio committee made inquire from the department the reason for increasing this number of interns from 15 to 100, which is quite a substantial figure, and the financial implications of this decision. Move on to the next slide, slide number 8. Is the second unachieved target under overachieved target under program 1. It falls within the financial management business units and it relates to procurement awarded to designated groups. The department intends to award 15% of essentially 50% of its procurement awarded to designated group, and the actual achievement in that commitment was 53%, and there's a variance of plus 38%. The department stated the reason for increasing this number from 15 to 53 that they wanted to ensure targets towards the designated group are achieved. I have made a recommendation that the portfolio committee inquires from the department that if they manage to achieve over 38% on these targets, why did they set such a low target in the first place? I think it's one of the issues that was raised by my colleague Melo when he was presenting his financial analysis report. The third program that was overachieved under program 1 it falls within financial management business units, and it talks to percentage compliance with the procurement plan. The department said it started at 25 and achieved 28% at the end of the quarter, which constitutes a variance of 3%. Next slide, please. One target was also overachieved under program 2. This target falls within municipal finance business units, where the department plans to support municipalities with the reduction of ESCOM debts. Initially, the plan was to support 3 municipalities, but ended up supporting 6, which constituted an overachievement of 3 municipalities that were provided assistance during this quarter. As we are aware that one of the commitments by the Minister of COGTA and the MEC in the province is to enhance or to increase the support that is provided by the department to municipalities that are under distress to ensure that they are brought back into functionality. In her local government audit outcomes as well, the Auditor General did make mention that support that is provided by national government department, the support that is provided by national and provincial governments to municipalities is often the reason that we see improvement in audit outcomes in many municipalities in the province. The IEG further recommends that these 2 spheres must also intensify their efforts to monitor, support, and oversee the local government sphere. Moving over to the next slide, which is slide number 10. On program 4, there were no targets that were overachieved. In conclusion, slide number 11, I suggested a summary of what I've already presented in the report. To say that the department has managed to attain good performance of 99% at the end of this quarter with 1 target that was not achieved. I also picked up that the targets that were overachieved. Open my slide here to person. I'm sorry that everyone is insufficient information at the end. The conclusion is it presents the overall performance of the department of 99%, and while we applaud the department for maintaining such a good performance, the key is also to maintain that it sustains this performance into the ensuing quarters. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you so much for that report. Is there any other reports that you're presenting today? Just this one. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Honorable members, we have on the agenda a tea break. I'm not sure if anybody is in favor of a comfort break, or can we proceed with the AG? Honorable Madloba?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I propose that we must continue with the report and the AG process so that we will go out and come back and discuss.
All right, excellent. I think it's over to the AG team, Ms. Ananti. Over to you to present your report.
Yeah. Okay. And then okay. Yeah, free.
Are we ready, members? Okay, over to you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will try. I am not used to going slow, but I will try. I will touch on the important aspects of the slides where I feel the community can benefit, and in some, I will add more understanding or explain better, because I see some of the comments that were made that maybe we don't really understand the audit process. All right. We're on slide 2, our vision and mission. And our vision is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. And our mission as the AGSA, we have a constitutional mandate, and as the supreme audit institution of South Africa, we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector. We do this through auditing and thereby building public confidence. We go to slide 3,
where we have the correlation between the AGSA mandate and the provisional legislature. In terms of our mandate, we strengthen constitutional democracy in the Republic, and as the AGSA, we must audit and report on accounts, financial statements, and financial management of government institutions. Going to the bottom page where we have Public Audit Act 25 of 2004, we still repeat that we must prepare audit reports that reflect an opinion, a conclusion, or a finding. And we look at financial statements, whether they are credible and prepared in accordance with the applicable reporting framework. We look at compliance with applicable legislation and whether reported information is credible. We also have what we call discretionary audits. Those are special audits, including investigations and performance audits. I think we forgot to add information systems audit as well. In terms of material irregularities, and then with regards to the MI process, we now have the power to take any appropriate remedial action and issue a certificate of debt where an accounting officer or authority has failed to comply with our remedial actions. Going to the next slide, which is slide 4, which is our Culture Shift 2030 strategy. We aspire to have a stronger, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived reality of South African citizens. How we do this, we have what we call a continuum, where we plot our auditees in terms of doing harm or doing good. Currently, our status, we have more auditees on the doing harm, and we want to see more auditees doing good. How we plot in this continuum, we look at the ethics or institutional ethics, we look at financial management, when we look at AOPO and compliance with laws and regulations. So what we do is provide insights. We do this through our communication of findings and the recommendations that are included within our comments. This is the aim, with the aim to influence in order to shift into the continuum, and the influence is done through commitments that are made by the auditees. If auditees do not respond appropriately, then we enforce, and we do this through the MI process. The reason we are doing this is that we want to see a public sector that is characterized by performance, looking at service delivery, accountability for public funds, institutional integrity, and transparency. And this will ultimately result in a better life for all people in South Africa. Going to slide 5. On the left side, as the decision makers, where we see your officials, senior management, the executive authority, internal audit and audit committee. And then on the right, we have our oversight, where we have executive leadership, coordinating ministries, provisional legislature, and oversight committees. And in the center, we have us as AGSA, who provide insights to influence, and where we do not get the desired result, we go on to enforcement. We do all this as we aspire to see a public sector that is reflective of the basic values and principles that are included in our constitution, where we're talking about effective, economical, and efficient use of resources, services provided impartially and fairly and in an unbiased manner, people's needs being responded to, and good HR management practices and career development practices. Going to the next slide, AGSA's work as it relates to the provincial legislature. We have our mandate, which is to audit and report our culture shift strategy that was just mentioned 2 slides ago, and we have material irregularities where we've expanded our mandate into getting more powers. Our additional initiatives include root cause identification and recommendations. That is included in our communication of findings, Then we have impactful engagements, where we have our management report, and audit report, and briefings, and this induction. And then we have our real-time audits. If you remember, we had a real-time audit when we did the COVID audit and the disaster special report. Then we have a preventative controls and guidance and awareness, which is included in our website in order to prevent material misstatements in the financial statements. Then we have participation and capacitation initiatives, where we provide insights in forums such as your CFO forum or SIGFARO during these inductions. How we contribute to oversight is the assessing the usefulness and reliability of targets that are included in the APP, sharing of audit risks, identifying key areas of concern that may derail progress on the AFS and APR preparation, assessing progress made on commitments and actions, and sharing of audit outcomes. Our next slide is the audit process. The overview of the audit process. We have the pre-engagement, where we discuss the engagement letter and we obtain understanding of our auditee's environment. Then we have the planning phase, where we derive the audit strategy, perform risk assessment and response, and conclude on a detailed execution plan. Then we have the execution phase, where we do our detailed testing, we get findings, we evaluate the impact thereof. In this execution, we look at financials, performance, and compliance. Then the end of the audit process or phase is the concluding and reporting, where we present the management report, audit report, and any subsequent event conclusions. We also do a review of the annual report. I will not touch on the other things, but maybe going to on continuous process, where we look at materiality. We have something called materiality, which is the basis of how we get to our conclusions. Materiality is qualitative and quantitative, and we look at certain things within our auditees in order to decide on the appropriate level of materiality. Our materiality is used to decide on which findings become material and affect the audit report. When an auditee receives a clean audit, it does not mean that there were no misstatements. It just means that there were no significant misstatements based on our methodology. Going to the next slide, where we look at performance reporting. We have planning, budgeting, and reporting cycle of government. On the left side, we have the National Development Plan and the MTSF. All of these feed into our 5-year strategic plan, of which we derive the annual performance plan and budget, and the target set and indicators are then monitored through our quarterly reports, and then our achievements at the end of the year are then reported in the annual report. The next slide is slide 11. Proactive review of the annual performance plans. On the top, we see the time frames or the cycle of the APP, but I just want to focus on the time before the final approval, where we can add on our services by reviewing or doing a proactive review of the draft APP prior to final approval. So we do these reviews to determine whether the prior year's material misstatements reported in the audit report relating to measurability, relevance, and reliability were considered in updating indicators and targets in the draft annual plan. We also assess the materiality, relevance, and quality of the indicators and targets, and assess the completeness of relevant indicators relating to core function of the auditee. The next slide relates to common weaknesses identified during the audit of the APR. This is the 2022-2023 financial year for all PFMA audits. For 10 departments, initially we had 10 departments that had material misstatements on their APR, and after allowing them to adjust, only 4 departments still remain with material findings. COGTA was not one of those departments, but we wanted to share with the committee some of the findings that we identify within the departments. So a summary of the findings is that the method and source of calculating planned indicators were not well defined, or the indicators were ambiguous. As mentioned, four auditees remained having material findings even after allowing them to adjust. Poor record-keeping practices and highly manual processes resulting in reported achievements not supported by reliable evidence, and incompleteness of relevant indicators. The impact of all of this was unreliable reporting, significant changes after audit. After audit means in-year reporting was also not credible and reliable, and delivery against mandate not correctly measured. In terms of, maybe let me pause in this slide because there was a comment by Babu Budget. In terms of the audit, we audit the whole year, we don't audit quarters, because financial statements are prepared on an annual basis. The reports that were presented here related to Q1, of which Q1 2024-2025 we have not yet done. This will be done when we go back to the department in March. But I can speak for what we looked at. In terms of AOPO, or the audit of predetermined objectives, I heard he mentioned something about CCs not being constructed, and yet AP gave them a clean audit. In terms of my selection or my materiality that I was explaining, we have different materiality and materiality consideration for all 3 things that we audit. We audit financial statements, we audit compliance with laws and regulations, and then we audit predetermined objectives. For the AFS, we look at a figure, or we look at an amount to say, if a misstatement is above this amount, then that misstatement will be considered material and significant to affect the decision makers of the users of the financial statements. For audit of AOPO, as much as there are 4 programs that are included in the APP of the department, we look at only 2 programs. And out of those 2 programs, we do not select all the indicators. We determine which indicators, one, are of significant public interest and relate directly to the core mandate of the department. So with the CCs, that does not relate directly, as much as it is significant public interest, but it does not relate directly to the core mandate of the department. Continuing, next slide. We looked at 2 programs in terms of AOPO, which was Program 3, Development and Planning, and we looked at Local Government. And in both of these indicator programs, we had no material findings. So our reflection on the performance information is that COGTA has demonstrated commendable dedication in maintaining clean administration while steadfastly supporting municipalities. Based on the selected programs for auditing, we have noted that these align with the mandate of the department. While a clean audit may not always guarantee excellent service delivery, we have observed that auditees who implement effective controls and systems to plan, measure, monitor, and account for their finances and performance and adhere to regulations typically possess a strong basis for delivering valuable services to the people of South Africa.
As a strategic role player within the accountability ecosystem, the department is encouraged to foster a shared vision of performance, accountability, transparency, and integrity across the public sector. It is essential for all involved to fulfill their designated roles effectively without bias and contribute wholeheartedly towards impacting accountability for government spending and service delivery in local government. By so doing, the lives of the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal can be significantly improved. We believe the department has the drive and capacity to strategically refine its initiatives, ensuring that they are impactful at local government level, with the aim of improving the lived realities of our citizens. This targeted approach, together with a continuous measurement system, will allow the department to maximize effectiveness, respond to challenges, and improve overall performance and service delivery. In terms of assessing the department, next slide. In terms of assessing the department, we know that COGTA is part of the coordinating ministries. The mandate of COGTA is to monitor, support, and strengthen capacity of municipalities, which includes intervening and enforcing legislative requirements. So our assessment focused on the following support initiatives: collaborative support efforts, where we assess the collaborative partnerships that COGTA has with key stakeholders in order to tackle financial and governance challenges faced by the municipalities. We made an example of the stakeholders that they partnered with. Second initiative was the in-year monitoring measures. Here we assess the monitoring mechanisms, specifically focusing on Section 47 remedial action reports. We also looked at DDM, or District Development Model, where we assessed how COGTA has monitored the implementation of the District 1 plans. We looked at intervention and responses to struggling municipalities, and we assessed the interventions that were provided to COGTA to these dysfunctional or struggling municipalities. We also looked at disaster management centers where we evaluated compliance with disaster management legislation across all state organs by examining the following aspects: preparedness of disaster. We looked at oversight and monitoring measures and the coordination in responses to disaster. We looked at the last initiative was enhancing capacitation and professionalism, where we assessed whether there are specific interventions and capacity building provided by COGTA. Upon our assessment and observations, we provided recommendations that we believe can enhance the support work provided by COGTA. With all of these initiatives that we looked at, there were gaps where we felt that the department can improve, of which we made recommendations. But I was told not to get into that because you are still going to have a chance where the audit outcomes will be presented. Maybe to add, Chairperson, with regards to the recommendations that were made, upon discussion with the MEC and the HOD, of which we are hoping you can influence here, there were commitments that were made and were supposed to be signed and sent to us, and would like to have those commitments and also being able to assist the department in terms of culture shift to track those commitments. We have not yet received the signed MEC commitments. Legislator sector value-added work. The approach in value-added work that we have performed in 2023-2024, and COGTA portfolio was not here, but it is for knowledge purposes. The value-adding work we performed during the 2023-2024 audit cycle, we assessed the effectiveness of the provincial legislature's oversight role over the provincial government. We followed up on the implementation of recommendations to enhance oversight functions. We assessed the house rules and oversight model. We confirmed that there are terms of reference or a work plan, and we looked at the recording, tracking, and monitoring of implementation of resolutions. In terms of the assessment that we made, we still have recommendations that were given, and those recommendations are, with regards to recording, tracking, and monitoring of the implementation of resolution, we are saying portfolio committees should continuously monitor and implement past resolutions until they are completed. In terms of capacity building initiatives aimed at enhancing oversight practices, we consider providing training or capacity building sessions for support staff on effective oversight practices. And in terms of enhancement of oversight performed over key infrastructure projects, committees should continue performing their oversight responsibilities on the key infrastructure in various departments within the province. What we observed from our assessment in terms of the house rules and oversight model, legislature has adopted standing rules and have an approved oversight and an accountability model. In terms of the terms of reference or work plan, all selected portfolio committees established an annual work plan which guides the committees to achieve oversight for the period. In terms of the value that was done, also regarding recording, tracking, and monitoring of implementation of resolutions, we assessed whether committees have mechanisms in place to ensure that the committee's resolutions are tracked and recorded. Our call to action to the committee: provincial leadership, governance, and oversight need to continue to work together to sustain the trend that improves audit outcomes and drives sustainable service delivery. So portfolio committees must hold MECs accountable for the implementation of consequence management as it relates to lack or poor performance. Portfolio committees of service delivery departments consider exercising oversight over specific key infrastructure projects to enhance service delivery. Portfolio committees to invoke the standing rules where responses from executive authorities or accounting officers are delayed. Speaker to continue implementing a tracking mechanism to monitor how recommendations are implemented by the various portfolio committees. And our last call to action will be portfolio committees to continue exercising oversight in relation to the implementation of the audit action plans, addressing audit report matters, and monitoring the committed actions in terms of resolving material irregularities. Our last slide deals with preventative control guide. This is included in our website. We know that internal controls are differentiated between preventative controls, detective controls, and corrective controls. However, we would like to prevent the misstatements, and so we have provided this nice guide in terms of what controls can be put in place in order to prevent the occurrence of misstatement. And that, Chairperson, brings me to the end of my presentation, and I shall take questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Members, we are aware of how this committee will be audited. The fact that we need to track our resolutions, keep track of them, and see them to conclusion. I'm going to open the floor for questions, not just for the AG's report, but also directed to the researcher and budget analyst as well. So we can just conclude those questions and discussions and then move on to Treasury. Before we take a break, and then we're going to have the department that will come through. Okay. Honorable Fraser, let me just take all hands first. Honorable Fraser. Is there anyone else that would like to ask a question or make some comments? Honorable C. Zuma. Okay. Honorable Kaba. If there's no one else, I'll begin with my first question and then we'll move on to Honorable Fraser and Honorable Zuma and Kaba, who will end with you. So my question is, made some notes here. When it comes to auditing, you mentioned that these audits are done annually and not quarterly. I did raise a question a while back with our budget analyst to say that it's a long time before we find out exactly what's going on, especially when it comes to municipalities. So I just want you to give me some feedback there. Is there any possible way of us understanding or knowing what's going on in these municipalities from your side, instead of waiting for these annual reports, audit reports to come through, and then deciding, what interventions can be implemented? And then with regards to the commitment from the MEC, the signed commitment, how long ago was this supposed to have been received by yourselves? If we know how long ago, if it is quite a long time, then it's something that we can intervene in and get the department and the MEC to actually have this commitment signed and given over to you. That's my question. Over to you, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to thank all our presenters. Indeed, they are well prepared and we received all the presentations with humility, and we thank them for being well prepared and ensuring that we are empowered as the members. I understand that Utumelo is arming us, but he might not have some of the responses, and for us to get the accurate responses, we can only get them from the department. But I just want to check from him in the issue of the compensation of employees, because he is dealing with the finances and he is analyzing the finances of the department. So my understanding is that as this committee, we also have the responsibility of ensuring that we also support the department. Much as ours is to oversee to it that they are doing what is expected of them. But again, as public reps, we have a responsibility of supporting them. We've been told here that it's 153 vacant posts, and it's publicly known that as South Africa, we are having a budgetary constraints. So according to you, when you are accessing these finances, the department finances, are these post-funded or unfunded? I want you to start there and responding to me. That will be the first one. Then the second one, later in your presentation, you got that the department has decided to increase the number of interns. Oh, okay. They've decided to increase the number of interns. It can be two ways. It's either they have the money from their funds of the department or from SITAs, from labor or wherever. If maybe we can be informed, where are they getting these funds to pay? Are they sourcing them from the department or they're getting them outside, so that as this committee are better placed to check? Otherwise, let me also thank the AG for the presentation. My understanding that if you work closely with them, you don't find challenges. So I'm happy with their presentation.
Chairperson, ngiyabonga. Owami umbuzo ulaphaya kwinto yaka-Eskom, the budget allocation, ka 30 million. Mhlambe ngiyafisa ukucheck ukuthi under uMgungundlovu siyafisa ukuthola i-breakdown yomasipala under uMgungundlovu ukuthi allocation yenza kanjani. The reason why ngibuza lokho ingoba kumasipala under uMgungundlovu we are still experiencing the challenges of Eskom and the problem yama transformer lawa akuthiwa ayakhona. So if kwakune allocation kalo 30 million siyafisa ukwazi ukuthi under uMgungundlovu district which are those municipalities abathola low budget and low budget yasebenza kanjani. And also kune presentation eyenziwe ebikhulumisana nokuthi kunesikhathi la kuthiwa khona they slow down into yama project. Siyafisa ukuthola the full report yokuthi what are the reasons agcina enza ukuthi ama projects la kube ne slow down, because in reality is that the audit affects the service delivery and umphakathi I don't think ama communities esiphuma bona asuke azi ukuthi kunekhathi la kuthiwa khona ama projects aya slow down loyo. Kuphinde kune presentation ebenziwa usis ebine table ukuthi angisakwazi ukuphilela ku slide sami ebikhuluma slide 5, it was slide 5 obukhuluma ngo program 1 up to program 4 and kune rating percentage yo 100. Ngifuna uqala lapha yana ku local governance ekhulumisana no 100%. Sinenkinga ukuthi ke leyo rating efica ku 100% ukuthi 100% othi yonke into i-right kulabo masipala in terms of i-service delivery. It's kunomasipala la kusakhona khona ama-challenges when it comes to service delivery. Kunomasipala la ama-projects othola ukuthi awapheli kuthiwa iy'mali azikho zokuqeda lawo ma-project. So lo 100% ke was rating i-service delivery noma mhlambe u-rater omunye. Ngiyacela ungicacisele kulokho. Kuphinde futhi kuzoba no traditional affairs. Umuntu uhlala endaweni ezinamakhosi and amakhosi acomplain kakhulu ngokuthi uCOGTA awubanakile kangakanani. So ngibona nakhona kono 100% kunendawo ezinamakhosi ezingenayo i-council ezingenawo izindlu lamakhosi kufanele babele khona ama-meetings nezidingo ezithile ababezibalula ukuthi so 100% usho ukuthi in terms of into traditional affairs yonke into yakhona ngabe ikhavekile ilokho ngizocela ukuma lapho kwamanje. Ngiyabonga.
I think my question will be basically focused on Eskom. As Mr. Mutembu, if my memory serves me right, as Mr. Mutembu, or party, oh, sorry, Mr. Party. There is a situation here. If you can see at the Moses Mabhida region, Erikwala region, there is a situation where you find that municipalities build RDP houses, and those RDP houses, they put on electricity in these houses and they connect it to the transformer, connect all of them to the transformer, failing to understand that these transformers and the megawatt of these transformers are only accommodating those houses who are already been built. And these transformers, they are busting now. When people are going to complain to Eskom say, no, pay 3,000, 6,000 rand to buy a new transformer. In fact, I would like to know what measures are in place to advise ESCOM to rectify those mistakes. In my area, I 4 months now without any electricity in Herikwala region. And when people call ESCOM say, no, we are sick and tired of Bulwa sub-prefect. I think you should have something in place, measures in place to rectify this mistake from ESCOM, because I understand that there are some people who's robbing the electricity. But prior to that, there was no busting of transformers. But once the municipality built those RDPs, then the busters of transformers were disfigured. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I thank the presenters for their presentation. There's just one comment that the lady of AG made, which I would wish correct to hear how the legislature officials respond to, where she said there are some comments that show that there's a misunderstanding of the audit process. Can they actually explain or respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kunene, and thank you for those question, members. Before I hand it over to the department and AG representative to answer, I just want to say some of the questions I think you will be able to answer, but some I don't think that you are placed to answer. Honorable C. Zuma, some very important questions you've raised there. But I think the question of the 30 million rands for ESCOM is something that we are all very concerned about. And you have mentioned that there is a question for the department to respond to. So the department is going to present around 12 o'clock. They're going to present the same report. So we'll hold that question for the department. And if we are not satisfied with the response from the department, because we are going to be catching them unawares, they're not prepared, they will not be fully prepared to give us the details. We need to know how this money was spent per municipality that's mentioned. As our budget analyst has said, we need to know what has been the impact of that money spent there. Because it's not good enough for us to know that it's been spent in these municipalities, but on the ground it's a different story. We are hearing that there are still challenges on the ground. So we'll hold that question for the department. I think also the question that you raised with regards to, the percentage target that they've achieved, somewhere 100% you mentioned, but we are not seeing it translated into changes on the ground. And so we need that unpacked as well, as to they need to tell us how they arrive at 100% achievement in spite of the challenges we are still seeing on the ground. So let's hold those two. But if you want to comment on that, please feel free to comment. But we're going to hold that for the department. And like I said there as well, if we are not satisfied, we are going to ask for full reports, detailed reports in the first committee meeting. I think over to our budget analyst and researcher, and then the AG. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. As I said, Madam Chairperson, that some of the questions for the department and recommendations. Thank you for that, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Fraser, I just want to cover, and I will respond to yours first. In terms of the compensation of employees, I looked in the budget book, the treasurer is here, it's their book. On page 531, I just want to read it out so that we can understand it. The department has said that the budget, so we go to it, sorry, members. Yes, the budget provides for the planned filling of 153 critical posts in 24-25. It further goes to say the budget has sufficient growth to fill these vacant posts. My dear, from Treasury, it means the budget is there. That's because when you read it in the Green Book, it says the budget provides. And the budget is sitting at 884,954,000. So the budget is there to answer. It's funded because it's there. Yes, that answers the question, and Honorable Fraser. And then Honorable Zuma spoke about the 30 million. Chairperson said we'll hold that for the department. I just want to speak to the issue of the slowing down of projects. The reason why they're slowing down the projects, as Honorable Fraser said, there are budget constraints. So I remember when another portfolio committee, Jeremy was explaining the concept of to say that there is no additional funding that's coming to the fiscus actually. So departments are forced always to move monies around and reprioritize. So I think with that issue of slowing down of the projects, it's to do with the fact that there's a spending pressure elsewhere. So they want to take their money and spend it elsewhere. And then maybe later on, once they get the pressures have lessened, then they also frustrate the projects. That answers it. But you can ask them, maybe they, as a portfolio committee, why specifically that one and not specifically another item? Maybe that's how we can approach it, to say that, as I explained earlier on, the reasons are very important. It needs to make sense also to us as a portfolio committee. And then moving on to Honorable Kaba, Chair, we spoke about the 30 million, but I like the question that he asked, what measures are in place just to empower the portfolio committee to say that in terms of the ESCOM, that's why I read it and I spent quite a lot of time on it. They need to tell us, AG spoke about it, internal controls. What are the preventative measures? What are the corrective measures in place? So that one, I think Honorable Chairperson, I will recommend it. It goes as a resolution. It's very important so that we can track it and so that also AG is satisfied. We also are not found wanting on that issue. But on those measures, actually, I heard you spoke about the issues of RDP and all of that. I think that also has to do with human settlements. Is there coordination between, because I was looking at the Green Book also, COGTA is responsible for the electrifying of houses, right, that one. But they will give us details because we do see a budget moving around, but I'll allow them to give you details. We do see from year to year, they will say we went to a certain area, we electrified certain houses. So they need to explain and drill down between them and ESCOM, who is responsible for how many transformers. I think we last year in the last portfolio committee, the previous honorable members, Honorable Kunene, remember, we had ESCOM, they came in and they explained it. Then Honorable Chairperson, ESCOM might need to come. That's another recommendation I'll make as part of the resolutions that ESCOM needs to be called into so that we can hear from ESCOM also, not just from the department. I just wanted to add to that. That's the long and short of it. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I know that the Chairperson has already said that some of these comments will be, or questions will be answered by the department when we're having the meeting with them. But on the issue of 100% achievement and programs 2, 3, and 4 that I've reported on earlier, members should remember that the mandate of the Department of COGTA is to provide support to municipalities in realizing their mandates. That is to provide basic services to the people. So the programs that I've mentioned arises from the targets that are set by the department in terms of in their APP, in terms of the support, or in terms of the performance that they plan as a department to achieve during the financial year. It's not necessarily the actual performance of municipalities on the ground. Thank you.
If you could respond to that question, funding for the interns, whether they are coming from CETA, yeah.
Can I touch on that one? Sorry, I forgot that one. It was the issue of the 15 interns to 100 interns. Yes. I think it was budgeted for, treasurers, I didn't see it in the budget. To say that then it's additional 85, obviously. I don't know how much each intern gets paid per month times annually, and what is the contractual obligation of the intern. So once again, they need to provide reasoning for that. It's 85 interns, so let's not worry about the 15. Surely the 15 was budgeted for, so don't get confused on the numbers. When you ask them, what about the 85? Where is the budget coming from? We do not see it in the Green Book. It was never voted for. So it needs, surely they will prioritize. You already know that they will tell us. But let's allow them space and opportunity to just dive into that as to raise the money. And if they're taking from somewhere, what about the item that they're taking from? What's going to happen to it? Thank you.
Just one more question. I think Honorable Konene's question was not answered. What is your opinion? Was that the AG?
It's misunderstanding of all the process.
All right. Over to the AG.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, let's start with your. Maybe let me address the other questions and then can I end with yours, please? Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Fraser, for the compliment. And yes, indeed, we are partnerships. We are not against any oddities. We also want to see improvements because that would mean improvement in the province and also service delivery. I'm also staying in the province, so it will benefit me as well. Honorable Kunene, what I meant was that the last statement that was indicated by Ubabalobe presenter e-budget was that with all the things he has highlighted for first quarter of 2024-2025, we are still saying COGTA is clean. But in the audit opinion, it was for 22-23. And I indicated we don't do quarters, we do an annual. So the things he was mentioning, they will only have a look at them when we go back to do 2024-2025. Then the last question that came from lovely Chairperson. I love this question, Chairperson. You said we only do the audit annually. Can't we do it more frequently? Yes and no. One for the no is because, one, the municipalities don't want us there. They don't want us there early. Number two, we do departments from January to July. But in May, we are a bit free because the financial statements have not yet been produced. So we've done our planning and we're planning on execution, selecting our samples. And we always offer that time to municipalities so that we can start with planning so that we alleviate the pressure during August and September, but you get no cooperation. Why are they not wanting us to be there? It's because the preparation of financials for them is a by-the-way thing. Financials and transactions and operations happen on a daily basis. You can't expect to only start preparing financials in August and you think all will go well. We have partnered up with COGTA as the office, with SALGA and SIGFARO, where we try and prepare these municipalities in terms of getting ready for the audit. We even focused on what compliance matters would be scoped in and trying to encourage especially those that are closer to clean. But the questions that were being asked, you could see that one of the questions was, are you still going to allow us to make adjustments? Which means already before even submission, they already know they're not going to be credible. So we're trying with COGTA in terms of making these people accountable. They employ consultants of which they don't hold them accountable, and consultants are responsible for these financials or fixed asset register. And then we get
this thing of audit outcomes not improving year after year, and yet COGTA is intervening, providing all the training and support, but we don't see any improvement. So with municipalities that are really struggling, like your dysfunctional municipalities, we always open up the office that we can go in before the actual audit and look at their financials or interim financials. And for the other municipalities, not to say that they don't need as much attention, but we are always wanting to start the planning process in April, but we get pushbacks. Maybe what we can do, because there was a follow-up question, what can we do? I think as COGTA, our indicators in the APP are all support. Support municipalities to get unqualified, support in terms of infrastructure, but they are not quality indicators. Where are we measuring the effectiveness of our support? So if you are supporting 54 municipalities to reduce UFW or improve audit outcomes, where are you measuring yourself? Out of those 54, how many really reduced? So if maybe going forward, as the committee can influence the department to include in their APP quality indicators or indicators that would measure the effectiveness, so that we can also refine our intervention to those that are really struggling. But if we are saying for support, every year you're supporting 54, but no changes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Before I hand over to Honorable Fraser, who has a follow-up, and also have a question. I just want to say you haven't responded to the question on the MEC's commitment. If you could just cover that. And a follow-up to what you've just said before I hand over to Honorable Fraser is there any sort of consequence management with regards to these municipalities that are uncooperative in terms of your AG's department stepping in to conduct your work there? Maybe you want to take Honorable Fraser's question and then answer to all at one go. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, because we are in a workshop, our analyst has advised that we take the issue of 30 million as a resolution. Can I propose that we take it to the first meeting that we will have, so that we concretize it? But for us to be able to do a thorough oversight to that, we'll need the original resolution, a cabinet resolution to that, so that we follow it to the T. Can we be assisted with that? Meaning that when we have the information, that's when we take the advice from our analyst to say that we are going to do an oversight over that. Or, yeah, I think that's it. Because we can't oversee to something that we don't have. We don't have that information at this committee. And we are only getting into that there's 30 million that was kept aside by COGTA that will be used to assist the municipalities with transformers. So for us to be able to do the thorough oversight to that effect, we must have the correct information to that. That's my proposal.
Well said, Honorable Fraser. And Lucy, just take note of that. We will need that original resolution that Cabinet has taken to be tabled here, so that we could take our resolution and then follow it through at the next Portfolio Committee meeting. Over to you, Ms. Sanasi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I thought you would attempt my surname since this is my last question.
But in terms of the commitments, they were due by us on the 30th of September. We had sent a reminder, or email reminder to the HOD, reminding them that the initial commitment was that these commitments will be sent to us signed by the NEC on the 30th of September. So we need to start monitoring them as of the 1st of October. So we are running behind. In terms of consequence management for the municipalities that are not adhering, it's difficult for us as the AGSA to do that. It should be COGTA, but also COGTA does not have those powers. Remember, municipality is run by councillors, your accounting officer and mayor. So what COGTA normally does and what we normally do is to present our findings to the accounting officer, to council, and then to mayor. It is the mayor's responsibility to provide or to do consequence management in terms of accounting officer, because the municipality is effectively run by the accounting officer. In terms of our audit, all I can do is to report, and then in the following year, I check if the actions that were promised are actually taken and re-report. So in terms of our office, we also don't have power.
Thank you so much for that. Members, the next presentation we are going to have is by the Treasury, but I would like for us to take a short break, just a tea break, comfort break, and be back here at 11:10, if we can do that. Thank you so much. We just adjourn this workshop for now.
Real actually. It's how, you know those games. If they make it on this platform, it's Unreal Engine. This, besides games, you can also make a live TV station. You know, like how they have like Super Sport and those screens. It's all fake. You know, those studios are not real. Can you check now, please?
I'm just preparing it. Next week. Yeah, we can go and see.
I just put the thing.
I was in department, so that is why I was posing those questions.
It's okay.
Sorry about that.
It must be something. The department, we just want to support you, treasure for now. You can't do that. I don't need your support. Listen to that. I have been good.
Another one, another camera. What if how long is this cable? It's not long. If I can put a chair behind that chair, that you can go this way and that way. Why? You put another chair here. Put a chair there. I don't think it will reach there. Huh? I don't think it will reach this cable. This cable is too short. And then I think I'm using the remote to control it. So if it's you won't be able to.
then I will co-regulate with this is very highly allocated international transport. Like Thomas, like what you don't board and must what we did and that the global transmission is always made the face and then I should say anything there's really such a mind that's he told me that it was this little
anyway. Tell them very much. To try. They pay up the, what's the point to say?
I want to say for you. Don't have, are you okay with that?
But I'm not.
Like the fact.
Thank you, sometimes it doesn't work. Party just for one day. I am not well.
I'm not a fan of hotels.
Me too. I'm not a fan.
Of course, it's exciting stage where you want to
Yes, for one day, it's too much trouble. And of course, I'm sure you will see if you compare the cost analysis that can work with, try really because of the road you shouldn't use policy always. At some point, it makes sense, and we shouldn't just make because of policy.
Yeah, that's right. You must save water. You know how you see it's their homes. That's how they manage their budgets. There's nobody they still call one There's a lot of demand. Just don't care about it. Seems amazing. Okay, they have them
So other things to enhance his other
All right, members and colleagues, I think we can proceed. It's now 21 minutes past 11. Honorable Madova. We've made a few changes. So I've spoken to a few of the members, or most of the members, and we've decided that the item 11, those quarterly reports, we are going to push those to our first meeting, because then we'll be able to properly engage with the department with regards to all of the issues, especially the ESCOM issue. So we have just 2 items left on the agenda. We've got KZN Treasury. We'll have some discussions after the presentation, and then thereafter we'll have the acting HOD from COGTA to come and present on item 9, and that will bring us to conclusion of the meeting and lunch. All right, so over to you, Joanna from KZN Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members. Again, my name is Joanna EThekwini, and I'm a budget analyst from Provincial Treasury for COGTA. And I think my job is much easier than the previous presenters, because mine is just to take you through processes, and hopefully there will be no questions. So today we'll be looking at, in terms of my outline, I'll be taking you through the budget process timetable and timeline, and also the in-year monitoring IYM, and also the in-year reporting processes. I'm on page 3 of my presentation. Yes. So in terms of the budget process allows government to prepare expenditure estimates in the context of enhancing service delivery and also ensuring value for money. It also allows us to strengthen and evaluate the alignment between medium and long-term plans. That's why we have 3-year planning, and then the APP where we have 1-year plans. It also strengthens, it also allows us to revise our policy priorities, macroeconomic framework, and resource envelope. It allows us to evaluate departmental and public entities plan in line with the national outcomes, provincial priority, and also objectives of the PTDS. It also involves various role players that provide political and technical advice when faced with trade-offs. So for example, the ESCOM story that we were mentioning, there were trade-offs that were made in order to release that 30 million to ESCOM. So there were other projects that have to be put on hold for us to get that 30 million to ESCOM. So those were the kind of trade-offs that we usually have, and that we need our main combat, which is the Minister on Committee on Budget, and the Provincial Executive Council to make such decisions. It also allows us to compile a reprioritized budget, which with the focus on cost cutting and taking into account budget cuts, if there are any, that is aligned with national outcomes and also with provincial priorities. Note that this approach is built on previous years' budget reforms. So in terms of the budget reprioritization, like in here we have challenges, we have pressures. We will also review where there are problems, and then the budget also allows us to undertake a 3-year budget plan, which is the medium-term expenditure framework. And if this is done, that there is some certainty of funding beyond just the 1-year period, especially with infrastructure projects, so that it can give our service providers or contractors some certainty that there is money over the 3-year period, so that they can be able to enter into contracts with our departments. It also allows us to obtain the required authority, which is the voting process, from the provincial legislature in order to spend the funds. The National Minister of Finance tables the national budget usually in February every year. And in terms of Section 27(2) of the Public Finance Management Act, the MEC for Finance in a province must table the provincial annual budget for the financial year in the provincial legislature not later than 2 weeks after the tabling of the national annual budget. But the minister may also approve an extension of time for the provincial tabling budget if there is a need for it. So that's why we usually table our budget in March, because the national budget is usually tabled in April. Provinces normally table their main budget in March for the financial year that starts in April. National government and provinces may also table an adjusted budget. And in terms of Treasury Regulation 6.6.3, it requires provinces to table a provincial adjustment estimate in the provincial legislature within 30 days of the national adjustments budget being tabled. This is usually on November, because the national adjustment budget is tabled in October. In terms of the adjustments, it takes into account section PFMA section 31. We look at all changes from National Treasury that is making to the provincial budget. We also look at our allocations that are being made from the provincial cash resources. We also look at suspension between department or movement of funds between departments. For example, COGTA Transport usually partner with ATIA to assist them with the development of the one of our airports. So they usually transfer funds in a year between those. During the adjustment is the time that we give them to make such changes. We also look at environment and shifting of funds within board to take into account any changes that might arise in year. So, for example, the 30 million that COGTA had to give to taken from somewhere, it hasn't been formalized yet. So this will be formalized when we table our adjustment budget in November. Some of the environments that the legislature needs to be aware of is the environment that requires the legislature approval. The first one is the environment exceeding 8%. Any environments that exceed 8% requires the legislature approval, and this is in terms of section 43(2) of the PFMA. Any reduction to specific and exclusive appropriated funds for a specific purpose needs legislature approval, and this is in terms of section 43(4)(a) of the PFMA. There's also a reduction in transfers. Once transfers have been allocated, they then get gazetted, and therefore no one should reduce it. If there's a need for reduction, then the legislature will have to approve it. And this is also in terms of section 43(4)(b) of the PFMA. Also, reduction in capital for the board as a whole. So if a department decides that they want to slow projects, like in the case of COGTA, Treasury will approve it in principle, but the approval comes from, we support it in principle, but the approval comes from legislature. And this will include it in the adjustment estimate, and that's where it gets voted on and approved. And this is in terms of section 43(4)(c) of the PFMA. And then the following environment that I'm going to highlight for you is where provincial treasury then approves these environments. Increase in compensation of employee. In terms of section 6.3.1(a) of the Treasury regulations, provincial treasury has to approve any department's compensation of employees that requires it to increase COE. And because this is also to try to save that department just increasing personnel budget, so that it also doesn't crowd out service delivery. Because we found that in certain situations where department increase their organogram, it means increased staff. And that means they have to take money from somewhere in order to fund the budget, the COE structure. So hence we have to save against that so that we can also do our analysis and say no. But if you move too much money, for example, from goods and services or from your capital, you eat it into your service delivery budget, and that we don't allow. So that's where we come in as treasury to safeguard against personnel budget crowding up service delivery budget. Also, increase in transfer or introduction of a new transfer. because these transfers are gazetted, they need approval. Otherwise, we'll wake up tomorrow and the department are just increasing their transfers to budget. And sometimes we feel like they are dumping money to the municipality or these entities that we are not aware of. Hence, we have to look at it, review it, and approve it so that we don't have a situation where departments are dumping money to municipalities or to entities and claim that they've spent their budget while most of the spending is actually transfers of funds to municipalities. There's also funds that are usually earmarked or ring-fenced for a specific purpose. For example, this 30 million to ESCOM would have been earmarked for that specific function. And once an amount is earmarked for a transfer for a specific function, we do not allow any reduction by the department. They will have to come back to Treasury to say, yes, we ring-fence this money, but we also have these challenges. We are not able to spend the money. Can you give us approval to reprioritize the funds and use it for other functions? And that's also in terms of section 631C of the Treasury regulations. Then all other environments that fall outside the ones that require legislature approval or Treasury approval are then approved by the accounting officer. Also, any gifts, donations, and sponsorship exceeding 100,000 per case also requires legislature approval, and this is in terms of section 21(2)(1) of the Treasury regulations. We also try to safeguard against department sponsoring any activities that we are not aware of. So hence we protect the budget by ensuring that any sponsorship are also approved by the legislature so that you are aware of what kind of sponsorship department are also embarking on. The budget preparation for the new financial year starts in June every financial year. And we as Treasury kickstarted with our Treasury guideline workshop. And a timetable is also issued to department and public entities. This is where we meet all the departments, we guide them in terms of what needs to be submitted, what are the new reforms that we also have from National Treasury, and then we workshop that to them at the beginning of the financial year before they even start their new budget process. Departments are then required to prepare their budget input based on their strategic plans and their annual report plans. Departments are then required also to engage their respective portfolio committees in the budget preparation. So I would like to pause here and say that every year before they submit the first draft budget to Treasury, they need to meet with the respective portfolio committee, present the budget to them. If they are going to undertake any reprioritization per program, per economic classification, it has to be approved by you. You have to go through it, review it, and agree with the department. And then before they send the budget to us, when they send that budget to us, it has to also come with minutes to say, yes, we have presented, because that's the only way we as Treasury can verify that the budget has been supported by the portfolio committee and that you are aware of the various reprioritization that has been undertaken. And that's how you the portfolio committee gets involved in the budget so that you are fully aware of what kind of reprioritization or what kind of plans the department has for the new financial year. The engagement on the preparation for the provincial legislature are guided by the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. So in terms of the provincial legislature, they are guided by a different act, unlike department where they are guided by the PFMA. In this regard, the MEC for Finance engages with the Speaker, and then we determine the budget of the legislature going forward, but I'm not going to engage in that. Provincial Treasury also engages department on their budget preparation. So once we get the first draft budget, we also go through a thorough budget review where we also check their budget in terms of the growth, in terms of the reprioritization, in terms if there is any budget cut, we also communicate that to the department. If there are additions to the budget, we also communicate that to the department, and all that has to be included in the budget, in the first draft budget preparations. We then, Provincial Treasury makes recommendation on the budget allocation to the MINCOMBAC, which is the Provincial Executive Council. MINCOMBAC then makes recommendation to the Provincial Council Committee, on the final budget allocations. The Provincial Executive Council approves the budget allocation to department, and the Provincial Treasury then writes allocation letters to these departments. In here, department reports to Provincial Treasury on their budget performance, and this is reported through the IYM reports that must be signed off by the accounting officer, and they are also due to Provincial Treasury on the 15th of every month. We then also report to National Treasury by the 22nd of every month. A graphic display of our budget process is we have the financial year starts in May and it ends in March every year. And in April, starts in April and it ends in March. In April, May, June, we consider that as the first quarter. And this is where we as Treasury, we issued a Treasury guideline, document, and we also start with our budget preparation. Remember, this is for the next financial year. We've already done, like for example, this year, in as much as we are still in 2024-25, we are now going to start our preparation for 2025-26. That's how we in our financial years. In July, August, September, which is the second quarter, departments submit their budget submissions to us, which is what they have just recently done. We also submit that to National Treasury, and then we also look at the annual report, and then we also have MTech hearings to discuss the budget submissions that they have submitted. In the third quarter, which is October, November, and December, Provincial Treasury meets with Mincombat to discuss the budget submission from the department. Department are also involved in their strategic plans, their APP. We also have the second MTech hearing where necessary, where we need additional information from the department. We'll call them for a second MTech hearing to discuss their budget, especially where we see this substantial budget pressure. In this case, I think department like health, education, and social development always have significant budget pressures. So we do relook at their budget to ensure that their budget are aligned to their service delivery programs. Then in the fourth quarter, which is January, February, March, we also have benchmarking with other provinces. So National Treasury calls a meeting with all the 9 provinces per department and to discuss their budget needs and reprioritization. We also finalize our EPRE. Then we have our budget day, which is usually the first or second week of March. Then department also tabled their strategic plans and their APP also in March, April. We have various finance portfolio committee where we also present the budget to the finance portfolio committee. Then we have various departmental budget days where each department will then table their own budget. After we have tabled our provincial budget, then we have the departmental budget that are also presented to the legislature. The budget process for the involvement of the portfolio committees. Department and entities must involve portfolio committees during the planning process, particularly around the reprioritization and the impact of national and provincial priorities. There are sometimes where we have unfunded mandate that department will have to pay for. So those are the kind of issues they need to raise with the portfolio committee to say we have this unfunded mandate, there's no money, and a resolution has to be taken. This should be done before the budget submission is finalized and submitted to Provincial Treasury. Department and entities are then required to engage or provide evidence to us, which is the minutes that I've mentioned, or some form of confirmation that the committees were consulted in their budget reprioritization. In terms of the alignment of budget and strike plan with the APP, there must be a clear alignment between plans and budget. Sometimes we find that there's no alignment between the budget and the plans. So we try to also encourage the planning unit with the budget unit to sit together to have discussion to say, these are our plans for the year and this is our budget for the year. Because we find that sometimes the budget is more than the plans or the plans are way more than the budget. However, there's usually a misalignment between the first draft of the budget submission because we are required to submit it by the 15th of July, while the APP or strike plan are only due on the 15th of October. So there's that misalignment between budget and planning. But after the first draft, departments are then allowed to sit together with their strategic plans and aligned their budget to their strategic priorities. In light of the current fiscal challenges that we have in the country and the province, it is of utmost importance that careful reprioritization or prioritization of our project is undertaken to ensure that core service delivery mandates are adequately funded for. So in this case, we don't want to hear that you want to do things because they are nice to have. There is no more nice to have because there's no budget for any nice to have. Department has to stick to their mandate and provide services that they are mandated to provide. Also, in terms of alignment of budget to sector-specific budget and budget programs, unless there's a deviation that is approved by National Treasury, we don't allow department to just change their budget program because this is a program that is aligned to national departments and all the 9 provinces. So sometimes we find a department wants to just change their budget program. In that case, they will need a approval from National Treasury. So they will send a submission to Provincial Treasury. We do a motivation if it's required, then we forward that to National Treasury for final approval. If it's going to be deviated totally from the sector program, National Treasury does not approve it. In terms of the control of organograms and filling of posts, there is a moratorium on the filling of non-critical posts. So any critical post must be filled or should be filled if they are budgeted for it. If we feel like, for example, if a unit has 3 directors, is it necessary for each director to have a secretary or a PA? Those are the kind of things we are asking department to look at. If we can share people, we need to share people, especially in this tight fiscal constraint environment that we find ourselves in. Some department and public entities also overspend due to lack of control of the restructuring process and the filling of unbudgeted posts. So if a department did not budget for a post in a financial year, they should not fill it. If they will have to fill it, then they need to show us a reprioritization that they've done in order to budget for that post. We don't want a situation where our compensation of employees budget is crowding out our service delivery budget. In terms of the 2025-26 budget submissions, all departments are required to submit the first draft database and supporting documents by the 19th of July 2024. Most of them have done and we actually completed our budget submission process. What the process that goes through is PT then evaluate this input and draft reports per department or public entity, which is finalized by the end of September. At this stage, only reprioritization have been undertaken as we don't have any additional funding from the province. And National Treasury hasn't also issued any allocation letter to indicate whether we are getting additional funding or we are having a budget cut. It can be either or. So let's pray for additional funding and not budget cut, because I think we are all tired of budget cuts. Any additional funding or budget cut will only be communicated through allocation letters by National Treasury, and which is usually in November. The areas, they are allowed to make changes up to the end of February when they table their final budget. Departments and public entities should be sharing this first draft budget submission with the portfolio committee, which is around August and September before they submit to Provincial Treasury. The second draft database is due on the 4th of November. So if you didn't get a chance to look at the first draft, you still have an opportunity to look at the second draft, which is due on November. And if you still didn't have a chance to look at the budget in the second draft in November, you still have another chance to look at the budget in the third draft, which is due on the 9th of January, 2025. Any further draft of the database will then be submitted if there are any other allocation letters from national or if there are changes from our side. But we require 3 drafts from departments. And then the green book is completed between January, February, and we table it in early March. So after we've done the budget, we've approved the budget, now is the reporting process, which is the IYM or in-year processes. All department and public entities prepare the IYM. The IYM is an in-year monitoring tool that are used by department for us to be able to track their spending And it also shows us where there are challenges in terms of spending, in whether they are overspending or underspending, and we are able to then assist the department where required. Departmental IYMs are due to Provincial Treasury on the 15th of every month. So for example, the April IYM would have been due to us on the 15th of May. We also then forward that IYM to National Treasury. We have basically a week to check for accuracy before we submit it to National Treasury on the 22nd of the month. Entities IYM are due to PT on the 22nd of every quarter, the month following the end of the quarter. So for example, the first quarter IYM for public entities was only due on the 22nd of July. PT also forwards the entities IYM to National Treasury for the analysis. Provincial Treasury then prepares a memo to Cabinet reporting on the IYM outcome. So that's where we track down which department is overspending, which department is underspending, and we are able to then take decisions based on those variances that we have. And then PT prepare in-year quarterly report. We also prepare our first quarter report based on what the department has submitted. The first quarter is usually due in July/August. Then we also have a media process where we also evaluate the IYM or the spending at media, which is usually in October or November. Then we also have a close-out report around June, July the following year. Also just want to talk to the provincial budget performance reports to the legislature. Provincial Treasury provides a detailed briefing to the Finance Portfolio Committee on the main budget as well as the adjusted budget. The main budget is tabled with the appropriation bill, the estimate of capital expenditure, and also the estimate of the provincial revenue and expenditure, which is the green book that we always issue. All these publications provide a detailed account of what department intend to spend their budget. So members are also encouraged to read the green book because it gives you all the details that you need to know about each and every department and public entity. Provincial Treasury also prepares the mid-year budget performance report, which are also presented to the Finance Portfolio Committee, usually in November. At the end of the financial year, we prepare the unaudited close-up budget performance, and we also report to the Finance Portfolio. These reports are there to assist the Finance Portfolio and also the respective portfolios for each department to play their oversight role. But it's very crucial that we read the EPRE because we benchmark the quarterly report against the EPRE targets or budget. Chair, I've included, or I did send across the Treasury guideline document. It details every process that are involved in the budget process. So if members can take some time to read the Treasury guideline, it will give them a better insight on our processes and the role of the legislature in the budget process. I've also submitted a timetable that members can also go through. It gives you the reporting date and the submission date for each and every process that we embark on. And that will be the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We appreciate it. Before I open the floor for questions from members, one question for myself. When it comes to reprioritization, you've informed us that the approval of the committee is required. Have you had instances where a reprioritization has taken place and then brought to the committee for regularization, so to speak? And then you mentioned there's a moratorium on non-critical posts and gave us a little bit of an example of what non-critical meant. So, in our case here at COGTA, we told that there is funding available. However, there have been a number of posts that have not been filled. Maybe you can just shed some light on that or give us some further explanation so we understand it better. Just going to leave it open to members now. Let's take hands. Honorable Madloba and Honorable Ethekwini. Just two. All right. And Honorable Kunene.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We welcome the presentation from Treasurer. I think also it's really assisting us to really understand our mandate and what we need to do to make an oversight over the department. You indicated that sometimes they just deviate without informing Treasurer that the budget now they are doing this, which is something unacceptable according to the law, as you indicated that if they are doing that, they have even to report to national because you submit to national all the reports. But also, I think it's one of the things that has happened, the one that was reported by Honorable Badi, by yes, the one of 15 interns to 100 interns. I think it's something that we have also to check with the department, because the understanding is that they are supposed to report to us because the targets, we approve the targets as a committee. But behind our back, you'll find that now they have increased. Were they not supposed to come back to us? Because we play an oversight. If we play an oversight, we can't approve things, and then when they implement it, they added things that we don't know, because that one will disadvantage our oversight. Don't you think that they were supposed to come back if there is an amendment to the targets that they are making? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and all members who are here. My question goes along with what the Chair touched on and the Honourable Member. I want to understand the legislation that governs reprioritization, because a budget is presented to the committee, others support it, others decide not to, but if those who support it are a majority, then it passes, but it's passed based on what is presented. Now, if the committee has approved a particular budget, then people decide in the department that they want to reprioritize. What legislation governs that? Because if people are going to reprioritize, as the Honourable Member said, that you would expect them to return to the very same committee where they presented a particular budget now and tell that same committee that, look, we are now we have decided to reprioritize. So from a Treasury perspective, what legislation governs reprioritization of budgets in departments?
No, for me, it's just the guidelines that the Treasury Secretary has been attached. How do we have them? The guidelines that Treasury guidelines document and the timetable.
Honorable Kunene, I think it's in the email.
Asking,
yeah. If you could guide us whether it was the first Lucy or Treasury guideline document. Yes. It's in the first email that came to us, so we can peruse through that.
Thank you.
Over to you, Joanna.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I thought my job was easy, there will be no questions. Chair, can I please apologize and ask you to repeat your first question? I was just trying to write it down and you spoke so fast, couldn't get it down.
It's similar to Honorable Faker. I just want to understand the legislation governing reprioritization. My question specifically was, have you had instances where the department goes ahead, reprioritizes, and then brings it to the committee for regularization to say, listen, we've done this, we now need you to approve it. Because our understanding is that we've got to approve it before they reprioritize any funding. So just if you could answer that, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, Chairperson, I think there was a misunderstanding. It's not for the portfolio committee to approve, it's for support. Because the approval is for the House, not for the specific portfolio committee. So they bring the reprioritization to say, this is what we are doing. Do you support the reprioritization or not? Then you give your recommendations. They will then have to take your recommendations into account and then go back and review their budget before they submit their final document to us. So there's no approval by the portfolio committee, it's a support. And then in terms of the legislation that guides the reprioritization, I did highlight it in my presentation. Departments are allowed, honorable member, to undertake reprioritization of their budget in year. And some of the reprioritization is either environment, a shift, or not deviation, environment, a shift, or a suspension of funds. And that falls under the, just trying to find it for you, under section 31 of the PFMB. They are allowed to undertake all kinds of reprioritization during the adjustment estimate and in year. But that's what we are saying, there were limits as to what kind of reprioritization they will undertake. For example, environment that will exceed 8%, they cannot undertake it without the legislature approval. So an example that I can give to that is right now we are doing a 2024-25 budget and department are spending. We are going towards the adjustment estimates. They are allowed to undertake environment that exceeds 8% because the budget is then going to be tabled at the House for approval. But after we have done the adjustment estimate and all budget has been approved, after that, they are not allowed to make any changes that requires legislature approval because then there will be no any other avenue for us to bring the budget to the legislature. The only time that we can table a second adjustment is when National Treasury say, we are giving you more money or we are cutting your budget. After we have tabled the adjustment estimate, then we are then forced to undertake a second adjustment. And those second adjustments are very specific to those very needs that we have. We just don't do second adjustment because the department wakes up tomorrow to say, oh, we want to change our budget because there is this pressure, unless there is a significant pressure countrywide that affects the budget, then we are allowed then to take a second adjustment. But the first adjustment that we undertake in November, allow the department to undertake all kind of reprioritization, a reduction of transfer, a reduction in capital, a reduction to their specific and exclusive appropriated funds, and the environment that exceeds the 8%. They are also allowed to do a suspension of funds between departments. Those are allowed. Those that are outside the adjustment appropriation process that can be approved by Treasury is when they want to increase their compensation of employee. For example, they want to increase the transfer to an institution, or there is an earmarked fund that they feel like, no, we're going towards the end of the year and we are not able to spend these funds, but we can use it for other functions. They can also come to Treasury for approval. That can be done anytime in year. But there are legislation that do guide us, like for example, the Treasury Regulation 6.3.1 do allow departments to undertake such changes to their budget in year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fraser and Honorable Madlo. Just one.
Yeah, and then Honorable Chair, I think we hear the explanation by President to say that we have got nothing to do as a committee to approve. It's only the House. I don't really understand well if they say we have got nothing to do with the approval, because all the items of the committee start here. We approve it here, and then it becomes a recommendation in the House, and then the House approves. That's why there is a resolution of a committee. I don't know whether it's a misunderstanding, but according to the experience, all the items that goes to the House, it's first approved by that particular committee, because you're gonna debate. That is why when we go there, we said this particular party did not support and so on, but it's a decision to us here if we approve, but when it goes to the House, it becomes a recommendation that the whole House, because it's not all the members that sit in a certain committee. That is my understanding. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Thank you, Chair. Mhlambe, I'm not going to say what she is saying is not correct. Maybe what she's saying it's what is supposed to be done, but the practice that has been happening in our legislature for whatever changes that will happen in the department, the committee must be taken. Yes, they must have a say to it. Maybe they can do it without the approval of the committee. I've never heard of such. But the practice is that whatever that the department want to change, they will come back to the committee. The report of the committee must be there. Then it will go to the. In fact, in some instances, it doesn't even go to the House. It will go straight to Treasury. But there should be something from the Oversight Committee. But we are not saying what she's saying is wrong. We are talking about the practice of what has been happening. But again, if you want to talk about good governance, you can't, as a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the committee, come and pass the budget. In the middle of it, things change and you don't know anything about that. It means you are not in control of that committee. So if it's that all these years it has been just a favor for MECs to come and discuss whatever changes that they want to do in their departments with the committees, I think it's a good practice. Let's continue doing it.
Thank you, Honourable Fraser. And that is why I asked the question, are there instances where they move ahead or in conjunction with Treasury, reprioritizations have been made and then they come to the committee? We need to understand if that is taking place. And then we need to also understand
Even the treasury, they go there to treasury, to finance committee, if they are changing there, then they go back to the House. So,
thank you for that. That's correct. So maybe we need to understand what is the difference between approve and support. If you don't need our approval, perhaps you can shed some light on what support means. So we as a committee understand our role in this process of reprioritization. I don't know whether you want to answer or perhaps we can get our legal advisor to answer. All right, Mr. Zuza.
I think it's an English matter. I'm trying to see in the Treasury guideline whether there's something that is highlighted under political oversight of the budget process. And I just want members to also be aware, I'm talking specifically to the budget process, not any other document. Maybe the other document you are allowed to approve. But in terms of the budget itself, it's a support that the department requires from the Portfolio Committee. Yes, is support to say we've got. Yes.
that support is done. What we are saying is
okay.
And that is why
without our support.
Yes, that's what we are saying. So it's not that
using the wrong way.
See, now we are using the big
yes.
See, ours is the small one, but it's needed.
Yes.
But you can't support something that you
Members, let's bring it together because we have the department actually waiting for us as well. Maybe this will help us understand. If the department, if the portfolio committee does not support, does that affect your decision in Treasury?
It does, but it doesn't stop the process. Yeah. Because we also account to say the portfolio committee did not support the budget. or the reprivatization. But in terms of the processes going ahead, we can't stop the process. We still have to continue with the process.
Okay, thank you. I saw your hand up, Mr. Zulu. You wanted to shed some light?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think what is under discussion right now is the issue of the legal terminology and the legal responsibility. It is the House that makes the decision, hence it will be interpreted as approval. However, Treasury does support all committees when they're dealing with the budget and even the adjustments. They do ask each department, have you consulted with their portfolio committee? And if they have not done so, they are redirected to do that. And the effect of the committee not supporting either the budget or the adjustment will be how the committee then processes that. We have had an instance where one of the committees was not happy with the budget, the manner in which it was allocated. The committee was very clear that we are not going to recommend approval of your vote unless you go back and adjust your budget to take care. I think it was social development, and they were looking at the NGOs. The department was forced to go back, and that appropriation bill had to be withdrawn, adjusted, and retabled afresh because we do not have powers to amend a money bill. So the effect of non-support works out to almost be the same as non-approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So just to conclude it, in other words, what you're saying is when we are refusing to support or not giving our approval as a committee, it's imperative that we make it a substantial, we have substantial comment, so that when Treasury gets this report, they understand why we do not support fully and they are able to make their decision in moving forward. So we need to be very substantive in our comments.
Honourable members, our staff members, I'm partly covered by the permission. Indeed, I want to instance also, because at least his language is Polish. I was a bit upset and a bit confused, because it sounds as if the portfolio is not important. So why is the committee, the portfolio committee, if the lady is saying whether the committee doesn't allow, but they proceed? So I'm partly covered by Mr. Sousa, the head of the staff, because I was really confused why for committees, if the lady put it in that language, whether the committee accepts it or don't accept it, we proceed. It didn't sound good, I must say, I want to know who was translated on the Mr. Zonje. His language is Polish, at least it's very clear understanding. But it means we are not important if we say, no, we have they don't understand, they don't accept. We will proceed. You let those were your words.
No,
it's fine. I'm glad that we cleared that confusion and we have clarity as to our role and the importance of our role as a portfolio committee, because we don't want to be a committee that just is box ticking everything that needs to just go through us. We want to interrogate the reports and make proper decisions, because people that elected us into this office are relying on us to perform our oversight role. Thank you so much. That concludes our report on the presentation on Treasury. We're going to call in the acting HOD in the department to begin with the report. All right, members, this brings us to item 9 on our agenda. So I just want to welcome Dr. Krishnan, who is the acting HOD of the COGTA department, and she's come through with her team today to present the mandate of the department, the 5-year strat plan, the APP, and the budget. So without further ado, I'm going to just hand over to her and to her team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the COGTA Portfolio Committee. It's our pleasure really to be part of this workshop
and to really try and have our committee understand fully the complexities of the work that we do as COGTA. We obviously seek your guidance and your advice and your wisdom, and we also seek your support as COGTA when we say to you there are certain things that other departments need to come to the party on, or there are certain budgetary requirements that we have. So as you go back to the house, to the full house, you can actually also support COGTA. So we also, from our side, we try as far as possible, at least I will in the capacity of accounting officer, to be as accountable as I can to you. We aim to abide by the law and ensure that we also implement the law as a department. So we have a number of strategic priorities as COGTA. One might say, well, what is the status now under the 7th administration? And I know you have up on the board the strategic plan for 2020-2025, which is fine. I will go through that with the understanding that the law hasn't changed, but that the administration has and the legislature has. So our mandate will pretty much be as we derive it from the legislation. What you will, however, see is that there might well be a shift in focus by the department. There might well be a change in approach to certain issues and priorities and programs as a department. And one of the areas that I think we really must take criticism on is the fact that we haven't really, as a department, dealt with the institution of traditional leadership in the context of their constitutional and statutory position. So we've administered the institution up until now. And I can assure the committee that going forward, and that within the next 5 years, you will see a far greater focus in terms of the level of support, the nature of support, and the department ensuring that we comply with the legislation, both the Municipal Structures Act, which calls for Amakosi to be represented in Municipal Council, Section 81. And even in that legislation, the Municipal Structures Act itself, it talks about the stature and the relationship between Amakosi and municipal councils, and that would be in terms of Section 89 of the Municipal Structures Act. So it really does establish the institution of traditional leadership as integral to our governance structures, even at local government level. In addition to that, we obviously have to manage the implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. And that brings with it certain responsibilities specific to the MEC and to the Premier in particular. So we also need to foster a closer relationship with the Office of the Premier, rather than us simply submitting memorandums for the recognition of Amakosi or the renewal of Ibamba Mukosi and so on. And those are things that I think as we go into the next phase and the 7th administration, that you will see us amplifying in our strategy and in our plans. Our focus on local government will never be lost. Local government remains part of the core mandate, with traditional institutions being the one. Local government will then also remain part of the core mandate. And of course, with the plethora of legislation that we have governing local government, the role of the department constitutionally is to establish local government, post local government elections, getting the Section 12 notices published, determining full-time councillors, and so on. And then once it's established as the council and the governance structures of a municipality, we have a responsibility to support, to build capacity, and to monitor local government, and where necessary to intervene. So I know that also we have answered over the years many questions about intervention in local government, and I think we move on the premise that we must first support before we intervene. And I come from an era, Honorable Member Kunene will remember, from decades ago, where if I sat before a portfolio committee and I spoke to you about interventions, the first question you would ask me is, what did you do before intervening? Because as COGTA, you have a responsibility to support and build capacity. So what have you done before getting to the point of intervention? And of course, that would mean that we need to deepen our support. And I'm sure the portfolio committee is then aware that as far as interventions are concerned, we're now looking at an intervention framework that actually even formalizes the Section 154 intervention. You've heard about it in the media, we've reported about it to the committee in respect of eThekwini Metro in particular. So the 154 intervention program becomes a formal intervention program, because as far as the department is concerned, all the work we do in the local government branch, all the work we do from the development and planning branch is in support of local government. So we are doing support by our very nature, and that is our core mandate. But then we are subjected to municipalities who either accept our support or reject our support, or tailor, their own idea of what support we should be doing or not. And then the support is constrained, firstly, and may not be necessarily as effective as it should be. So when we get to a point where we find that our support is not being effective, then we say, we'll formalize it in the form of a recovery plan with you. It becomes our social compact with the municipality in the form of an approved Section 154 intervention. So we will formalize the support by agreement with you. And if that fails, if you still fail to absorb the support we give you, if you still fail to ignore the advice that we give you, if you still fail to implement recommendations that are sound for your own benefit, then you will leave us no option but to intervene in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. So you will see that shift in our focus and in the way in which we would do our work as far as dealing with local government is concerned. Of course, we have various other statutory responsibilities. In terms of the Municipal Structures Act, we have to deal with elements of council, governance and oversight, making sure councils are effective in their capacity. We have to deal with the administration of municipalities, the MFMA giving us specific responsibilities insofar as financial management is concerned. And in terms of the MFMA, the core of what we do is around addressing UIFW. And that's Section 32 of the MFMA, which gives the MEC for local government a very specific mandate. And going beyond, honourable members, I'm going beyond what you're seeing in the document. I'm not sure if I'm out of order, but you will call me out of order if you think I'm really going out.
Yes, Honourable. Thank you, Chair. The actual bill is not out of order. The only challenge is we are in a workshop. And unfortunately, what she's making now, the remarks that she's making, we might be tempted to engage them. And unfortunately, the document is clarified. So I would prefer that we stick to the program and we stick to the presentation.
noted. Honorable Zuma? Okay. eThekwini?
Thank you.
If we could just stick
Thank you very much. So I'm on part A of our mandate, on page number, unfortunately it's not numbered, our apologies, but it's around page 8 of the actual document. So I've spoken about section 139 of the Constitution, and I've spoken about section 154 of the Constitution in terms of the support that is required from the department to municipalities. I've also pointed to section 1557 of the Constitution.
Sorry to interrupt you, HOD. I just want to get clarity. Do we have this report sent out to members?
It was submitted by the department, Chair. It's the strategic plan.
You have. Members, have you got those? You have them?
Correct. All right, so honorable members, the reason why we're talking about this 5-year strategic plan is because we are in the final year of implementation of this plan.
Okay, can I explain this? We understand where you come from. But you know, in her presentation, she made mention of the legislation that was changed and stuff. So I might be tempted to ask you, only 4 months in the beginning of GPU, what is it that has changed? You know, so we don't want to go that route.
All right.
So I propose that she just go straight to the presentation and leave the political work to the political critical. As said, the Mama is going to have a just one because the setup of the government is that we still have the same things, more or less the same.
All right, Honorable Fraser. Your comments are noted. We're going to proceed, and you may proceed with your presentation. HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And we accept the input from the Honourable Member. So we're on section 155, 5 and 6, that is determining the types of municipalities. And in terms of this legislation, it's still the Constitution. This happens every 5 years through the election of local government. And herein we will determine the category A, B, and C municipalities in the province. And this is where the MEC is required to then publish the notices in terms of Section 12 of the Municipal Structures Act to give effect to this provision of the Constitution. And then, of course, there is overseeing the performance of municipalities, and very much the department is responsible for municipal monitoring and evaluation. The State of Local Government report generally gets compiled on an annual basis, and there are significant frameworks from national that are utilized in the assessment of local government. And from time to time, we report to the Portfolio Committee on the state of local government. We also report to the National Portfolio Committee because there's a national report submitted, and we are in fact appearing before the National Committee next week on particular municipalities as well. And then as I was indicating initially, the Chapter 12 of the Constitution pertaining to the institution of traditional leadership and the emphasis on the support that is provided to that institution is something that the department is responsible for. The department has not made any changes at this stage in terms of the structuring and so on of the department, its mandate. We are entering into the new 5-year strategic planning process, and as we do that, honourable members, we will then share that with you as well. So in terms of the policy mandates, the additional legislation that guides our work, if we can move down on the document itself, it's at the bottom. The legislation that really is administered by the department includes the Municipal Electoral Act, although we are not directly responsible for the Municipal Electoral Act. We work with the Independent Electoral Commission to support the local government election process. We also have the Municipal Systems Act. I think we might be looking at different documents. Are we looking at the realigned strategic plan? I think so.
Okay.
The one that's on the document. Oh, there we go. That's it. Okay. So the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, of course, having the responsibility to monitor, support, build capacity, the Local Government Municipal Systems Act then guides municipal administrations in terms of what needs to be done. Chapter 3, for example, deals specifically with public participation. Chapter 2 deals with integrated planning processes. And of course, the department is required to deal particularly in terms of Section 26 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act with the IDPs of municipalities. So amongst that becomes then also dealing with, in terms of Chapter 9, elements of revenue and debt management and financial management. The Municipal Structures Act relates to councils, council governance, council committees. There's the establishment of committees of council in terms of Section 79 and Section 80, your executive committee, the audit committee, and then your portfolio committees that then been established by municipal councils, and again, support is done in relation to that, as well as the monitoring of governance and oversight by municipal councils. The MFMA, I think I was highlighting Section 32 in particular, which gives the MEC a specific statutory mandate, as well as Section 131 of the MFMA, which provides the MEC also with a specific statutory mandate, and that's in relation to annual financial statements and annual reporting by municipalities. The Municipal Property Rates Act is entirely the responsibility of the MEC for local government. We have to report to the National Minister. We must monitor and support implementation. We do that through various frameworks, guidelines, and processes already implemented by the department. Also, the MEC is required to grant condemnation for non-compliance with the legislation, to grant extensions of the valuation role of municipalities, and to provide for exemptions in some instances. So there's also very specific statutory responsibilities bestowed on the MEC in terms of the Municipal Property Rates Act. As far as the Local Government Demarcation Act is concerned, there are minor boundary changes that may be effected from time to time. There are major adjustments that may be done, and the Demarcation Board is responsible for this. As COGTA, we have a GIS unit which captures the boundary changes, boundary redeterminations, and so on that takes place in municipalities. We've mentioned the Electoral Act, and then in particular, again, also the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act, which sets out the codes of conduct, etc. for Amakosi and Izinduna. Then we have the National House of Traditional Leadership Act, which informs the provincial implementation of the towards the institution of traditional leadership. There's also the Traditional Leadership and Governance Act of 2005 and the White Paper on Traditional Leadership. So those are the, and I don't think listed here is the Traditional Leadership and Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, which is not specifically listed. So that is, oh, it is at the end. We have then, and that's the core mandate in relation to local government governed by that legislation, and core mandate in relation to traditional institution governed by the relevant legislation. From the development planning side, and maybe a standalone, although the function is sitting with development and planning, is the Disaster Management Center, the Provincial Disaster Management Center, which responsibility is derived from the Disaster Management Act, and the responsibilities in relation to COGTA are in as far as coordinating disasters. The legislation provides for district disaster management centers, so we work very closely with municipalities in terms of the implementation of the Disaster Management Act. We have a role to coordinate. We are also required to make sure that disaster management plans are in place, and based on audit engagements in the last financial year, we have also found that we are now engaging provincial departments, sector departments, to ensure that their disaster management plans and disaster risk reduction plans are in place, and we are then coordinating at a sector level. As you are aware, COGTA is responsible for coordination as a department. The Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act devolved the responsibilities for land use management to local government, and the department then is responsible to support municipalities in implementation of the Spatial and Land Use Management Act through their land use management systems, through their spatial development frameworks, and through their spatial development plans. And we do that and respond also because these are part of documents that form part of the integrated development plan of the municipality. The Infrastructure Development Act guides the standards for infrastructure development, and of course we are required to ensure that municipalities implement the relevant standards as well as ourselves in the event that we ourselves implement infrastructure programs and projects. The Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act is one that governs the division of revenue across the spheres of government, and in particular to local government. So you have the DORA prescribing conditional grants to municipalities and its allocation of the national fiscus. So that then through the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act, the engagements happen that lead to the establishment and promulgation on an annual basis of the Division of Revenue Act. The Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act is important to us as COGTA because our municipal councillors are remunerated on the basis of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act, and so are Amakosi and the Provincial House and Local Houses. And one of the key elements of that act in relation to local government is to ensure that there's affordability on an annual basis when the National Minister prescribes the upper limits for councillors, and we are then as a department required to look at it in the context of this legislation. There is the KwaZulu-Natal Planning and Development Act, again, which guides the spatial planning frameworks and land use management in the province, and that's part of our development planning processes in terms of ensuring that there is proper spatial planning, corridor development, and other initiatives. The Pounds Act is the KwaZulu-Natal Pounds Act, requiring municipalities to establish pounds for animals and livestock, where they are, it's almost like the SPCA, but you cannot have animals wandering around, being a risk to traffic and to communities. So the Pounds Act provides for the establishment of pounds, and we just monitor that municipalities have established these pounds. The KwaZulu-Natal Cemeteries and Crematorias Act, you will see that it is old order legislation as well. Some of the activities came through in the amendments to the legislation, but again, we are required to ensure that municipalities implement the Cemeteries and Crematoria Act. The Determination of Types of Municipalities Act, I think I've alluded to that. in terms of the different categories and the MEC's requirements to publish the type of municipalities in the province. I've also spoken about the Traditional Leadership and Governance Act. And one other particularly related to the disaster management function is the Fire Brigade Services Act. So again, municipalities are required to implement, COGTA is required to coordinate, and of course to prevent disasters. We need to proactively deal with the management of the fire services function. There are also the various policies that guide the work that we do as COGTA. They remain in place. The Sustainable Development Goals based on the 2030 Agenda, and these remain relevant to ourselves. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals have the objective of ensuring that we balance sustainable development, economic growth, environmental sustainability, as well as social aspects. And we've gone in the document to highlight each of the development goals. I'm not sure, Chairperson, whether you want us to go through each one of them and highlight in relation to the work that COGTA does what we need to do, but I will be guided again by yourself and the honourable members.
I think you can proceed with that since we have a number of new members in the committee as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the first Sustainable Development Goal is that of ending poverty. And I don't think I think we all appreciate the vulnerable and the poor in our society. And in terms of COGTA, our goal is to increase economic development opportunities and foster economic well-being. So even as we look at municipal IBPs, we want to see a focus on economic development and through the implementation of sectoral development programs as well. We look at the job creation specifically as programs within government across the different spheres. As far as gender equality is concerned, again, ensuring that there is a focus on women, promoting gender equality. We hold various initiatives as COGTA, both internally as well as externally with our stakeholders. So we have within the department, we have our Women in Management Committee, which champions various internal initiatives, but we also then have Women Dialogue, and that relates to women in councillor roles, as well as women onlunkulu, women within the institution of traditional leadership. On the clean water and sanitation, again, part of our core business, we have the 14 WSAs in the province. COGTA has been pivotal in developing the water master plan for the province and to ensure now support and implementation to the 14 WSAs water service authorities in the province. They are the 10 districts, the eThekwini Metro, Umhlatuze Municipality, Msunduzi Municipality, and Newcastle Municipality. That makes up the 14 WSAs in the province, and our goal is to support them to ensure that there is clean water and sanitation. We have to work closely in partnership with the National Department of Water and Sanitation because they do the green drop and blue drop assessments, which tells us whether our drinking water is pure and what the state of water infrastructure is. Affordable and clean energy. Of course, we try to ensure that there is universal access to energy. This ensures that we are dealing with electricity backlogs, and at the same time we engage with sector partners like Eskom in terms of dealing with different energy related issues. I think the committee is fully aware of the 30 million rand spent to deal with transformers by the department, which we hope to get back from the provincial treasury. Decent work and economic growth. Again, as a department at the implementation of the community works programs, various local economic development initiatives, as well as working closely with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure insofar as the implementation of the expanded public works program. As far as infrastructure, industrialization and innovation, I think here part of it comes from our planning processes, dealing with the spatial development frameworks and plans, ensuring that the corridors are identified, that there are catalytic projects identified, and that ultimately there is reliable and sustainable infrastructure that will promote economic growth and development within the province. There are also trans-border infrastructure and communications. An example of the initiative that is currently underway is the Eastern Seaboard program, which is a project that is being undertaken nationally across KZN and the Eastern Cape. Reducing inequality, again, as a sustainable development goal, remains an initiative and a program of the department. Promoting equality through facilitative and accountable governance, ensuring that we are able to support municipalities to improve decision-making through public participation. I think you're aware of the women's parliaments that we are supporting as a department, and the various sector parliaments in terms of reducing inequality. And we also support municipalities to ensure that intergovernmental relations is strengthened in this regard. Sustainable cities and communities, I think the Eastern Seaboard Region project is one particularly that's looking at creating a first city in the country that will be one of those new sustainable cities, and KZN is happy to be part of that. In addition to that, we are dealing with elements of environmental impact. We obviously have to start looking at redesigning our cities, planning for a changed infrastructure capacity, looking at drainage and systems within infrastructure. So those are some of the things that are expected in terms of achievement of this particular sustainable development goal. Climate action, I think we need not explain to the committee the impact of climate change. As a department that deals with disaster management, and having gone through a weekend of severe snow, I think the honourable members will appreciate that as COGTA we had a significant role to coordinate that particular disaster as a result of climate change. And again, it is issues that we need to deal with going forward as well. Part of the climate change and climate adaptation also requires the empowerment of our communities to deal with the effects of climate change. So communication, awareness programs, and so on, so that we can mitigate the risk of the loss of human life in the event of disasters and incidents associated with climate change. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. I think our core mandate is ensuring coordination and support to municipalities for functional governance structures, promoting accountability, ensuring that there is effective oversight and good governance, and making sure that decision-making through citizen partnership happens, which is why we have a public participation unit that deals with ward committees as one of those community structures responsible to ensure that there is a strong institution focusing on different sectors. Strengthen partnerships, 4 goals. I think I've already alluded to some of those in relation to partnerships with sector departments, horizontal, vertical coordination also as part of COGTA that we are required to deal with, and ultimately building a capable state and looking at governance more holistically. ESCOM, water boards, Umgeni, Umshatuze Water, these become key stakeholders that we need to strengthen partnerships with to ensure that there is sustainable service delivery in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The other policy priorities that guide us is the Africa Union Agenda 2063. And again, it repeats many of the sustainable development goals. It confirms the sustainable development goals. So it actually also finds expression in the work that we do in our strategic priorities. The National Development Plan remains a focus. In particular, as a department, we find ourselves responding to a capable and ethical state, Chapter 13 of the NDP in particular, and we contribute also, even though that would be our main focus, but we contribute to various other chapters within the National Development Plan, as I've indicated, in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. So we particularly focus on chapters 4, 5, 6, 8, 13 is our main, 14 and 15. And all of these, again, we've included in the table within our report, Honourable Chair, so that we can actually highlight the direct linkages of the work that we do as a department to the policy priorities. So Chapter 4 relates to economic infrastructure. Chapter 5 relates to the environmental sustainability and resilience, and I'm sure you'll see again the planning elements, the spatial and land use management element, the disaster management elements coming through in relation to our response to Chapter 4 and 5. Integrated and inclusive rural economies as well. We have had small town rehabilitation programs. We look towards supporting smaller municipalities and our rural communities through our LED programs as well. So that finds expression in the work that we do as COGTA. Transforming human settlements, again, whilst human settlements is not specifically a COGTA core mandate, ensuring that there's bulk infrastructure available for human settlement becomes part of the role that COGTA plays in terms of the implementation of Chapter 8 of the NDP. Chapter 13, as I said, is core business for us, building a capable and developmental state, looking at the administrative political interface, looking at making the public service and local government careers of choice, ensuring that we're able to recruit and ensure that we are able to entice the youth to take up jobs in our sector of local government is what we try to do. Developing technical and specialist skills. Our capacity building programs are aimed at doing that. Our own support to our staff aims at ensuring that they are members of professional bodies, that we support their efforts in terms of their own professional development. Improving relationships across the spheres of government. The IGR Framework Act, which may not have been listed, Mrs. Mshengo, we may need to list, but specifically the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act requires the MEC to coordinate and to, together with the Premier, to establish structures for intergovernmental relations. We're also responsible for dispute resolution and mediation between organs of state in terms of Section 41 of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. And we have done so in the case of Eskom and municipalities, Umgeni Ushatuze water and municipalities, and other key stakeholders across the spheres of government. And that prevents municipalities from taking government to court and for us spending large amounts of money in the justice system. So there is mediation and facilitation that we undertake also as COGTA. The fighting corruption, I'm sure the committee is aware of our efforts in terms of the Municipal Forensic Investigations Unit. Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act in particular gives the MEC the mandate to investigate elements of maladministration, fraud and corruption. Of course, we would want a municipality to do it first because they have the onus of implementing aspects in relation to the Municipal Systems Act, which is a core function. But given if there is a failure to do so by a municipality, then the department has a statutory obligation to deal with some of these matters. I think, Honourable Chairperson, you've seen former MEC Shlomuka's election manifesto, and I think the committee is well aware of the current status of the provincial government and the department. The medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 24 remains remains our responsibility. As we indicated, it is the final year of implementation of this particular strategic plan. And again, you will see that the elements that, or the goals that we are aligned to are included in the document. You will see again the linkages to the broader strategic goals and the legislation itself. I think a lot of the work that we do requires us to work with key partners, strategic partners. So whilst our municipalities are responsible for electricity reticulation, you have Eskom, which is responsible for bulk electricity, as well as reticulation in certain municipalities. So energy supply and our engagement with Eskom focuses on these matters. There are 26 licensed electricity distributors, municipalities in the province, and in other municipalities, Eskom remains the reticulation provider or the electricity provider. Water, I think one of the issues we're finding is that the costing of bulk water is a challenge, and generally the costing of water, many of our WSAs are not sustainable as a result of the fact that water is a constitutional right to communities. And you cannot disconnect water, you can only limit water. So, looking at the financial viability of WSAs becomes a critical focus area and a precondition for us to be able to deliver sustainable services. The access to rail and the branch line network, again, logistics underpins a lot of what it is that government does. So these are some of the inhibitors. Our roads are in terrible condition with major potholes because we have heavy-duty trucks traveling along, an increase in heavy-duty trucks traveling along our roads and leading to infrastructures becoming deteriorating and at a faster pace. And that talks to the access also to good road infrastructure. Apart from the fact that we have to maintain existing infrastructure, we are required to introduce new infrastructure, new roads. Many of our roads are still, rural roads are still not, blacktop or designed. So those are things that remain a challenge to the department. I think I've spoken about good governance at state-owned and public entities as COGTA. When we deal with municipalities in particular, municipalities have public entities, municipal entities, and when we report to this committee in terms of section 131 of the MFMA, we also indicate the outcomes of these municipal entities to yourselves. And of course, municipalities are responsible in terms of the Municipal Systems Act for their entities as parent municipalities. I think I've highlighted the elements of climate change and adaptation already. I won't repeat that, as well as ensuring that economic regulators in water and transport sectors are also dealt with. So that is NERSA in particular. We are, for example, dealing with issues with NERSA currently and on the electricity side, and of course DWS in relation to water service provision. So we do have relationships with the regulators as far as that is concerned. I think, Chairperson, in the next part of our document, paragraph 3.6, we've drawn the alignment specifically to the strategic goal and the objectives that I've already alluded to. I've also then covered to a large extent the alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular then highlight the KZN Poverty Eradication Master Plan and program that was developed after the table, which talks to 5 game changers, which was agriculture, enterprise development, employment creation, skills development, and social protection. And I think in the work that we do in support of municipalities, these again find expression through IDPs, through spatial framework, and some of them find expression through the actual work that the Back to Basics program. Poverty Eradication Master Plan, Honourable Member. There we go. It's on item 3.7. So those were the 5 game changers that were identified. And again, in terms of the department, we deal with some of this through our support with municipalities on areas of land reform and farms and so on. We also deal with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. So those are the areas that we cover. The Back to Basics program was initiated in the last 5 years. Those 5 pillars still remain relevant even as we speak today, and will probably remain relevant going forward, putting people first. And here we're talking about, if you look at it, we're talking about public participation, effective public participation. We're talking about ensuring that ward committees are functional. We're talking about dealing from our rapid response unit in terms of community protest, community discontent and dissatisfaction. So those are the elements that will find expression under the Back to Basics program. National DCOG has also developed a number of indicators that talk to the different pillars of local government and cover each of these pillars. And they are quite extensive, but they become also the basis on which the department will develop, assess local government and develop the state of local government report, which in turn will inform the support of the department as we go forward. So community-orientated service provision, this is primarily around water, sanitation, electricity, because that's our municipalities' focus, and that's the water master plan, the electricity provision that we are looking at implementation. The good governance and transparent administration is around the municipal councils. Good governance, sound financial management and accounting is around the MFMA implementation in particular, as well as elements of the Municipal Systems Act, and then robust institutions and skilled and capable staff. Pretty much building a capable and ethical state, dealing with issues of the employment of senior management in terms of sections 54 and 56 of the Municipal Systems Act, making sure that recruitment processes are followed and that skilled and capable and the staff meet the minimum requirements in terms of the regulations that have been set for senior managers, which are set by DCOG and the National Treasury as far as financial management is concerned. Chairperson, as we said, we're in the final year of implementation of this plan. We've given you our report on Q1. We are now in Q2, and we owe you, at least in the next month or so, the Q2 reports, which we will then present. And in the remainder of the document, we have given the breakdown of the department operationally in terms of our organogram and our structure. We have the 4 programs within the department, which is Program 1, generally corporate support services and financial management, covered under this program. Program 2, which is local government, and all of the elements of the Back to Basics pillars you will find expression in the local government branch. So you will, for example, find public participation, you will find governance and administration, you will find municipal finance, you will find capacity building, and these are the areas within Program 2. In Program 3, this is our development and planning unit, and within this branch, you will find spatial planning, you will find local economic development, you will find infrastructure, the MIG, Municipal Infrastructure Grant Administration happens here, and the engagement in terms of service delivery implementation, particularly water, sanitation, electricity, finds expression within Program 3. Program 4 is our traditional affairs branch, dealing primarily with the institution of traditional leadership. There are various management-related matters that we deal with, conflict management in particular, the establishment of the local and district houses and the provincial house, the elections that need to take place are coordinated by the department as well. That is the structure of the programs within the department. I think the financial environment has been expressed. I think through our reports you would have seen the funding pressures that we experience. Of course, we have had to make many trade-offs as a department in terms of reprioritization, the suspension or the limitation or the reduction of certain programs so that we're able to continue, but maybe the scale would have changed. And, as we go into the next planning phase, we will also consider the availability of our financial resources to achieve the mandate of the department as we have just expressed it. The performance environment, this is guided by the medium-term strategic framework. And of course, we are focusing on all of these priorities as I've highlighted. In particular, our efforts are in relation to the implementation of Section 154 of the Constitution, which is our support, monitoring and strengthening the capacity of local government to manage and perform their own affairs. We also then, as I said, intervene. I think we've mentioned intergovernmental relations. I've moved on to the next page after the table. Financial environment, a heading, financial environment below after the planogram, yes. Environment, and then we're on the performance environment. Thank you, Chair. So intergovernmental relations, I think we've also expressed to a large extent what our role is. Just to also highlight that the Municipal Structures Act is being amended. There was a bill that was put out, Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, which talks to the establishment of the DDM, the District Development Model. It was initiated 3 years ago, the DDM. It has been implemented, but it never had a statutory basis. It was basically based on a policy framework at national, and what is now being done is the DDM, through the amendment of the Municipal Structures Act, will find expression as statutory structures within municipalities. And it therefore also requires the one plan and the one budget that we've all been implementing at a district level finds expression in this amendment to the legislation. It will become statutory, and it will require that the MEC will be able to consider the one plans, the one budgets, and ultimately the Executive Council will have to adopt and approve these going forward once the bill is enacted. So we are in the process now of requesting that districts actually review their one plans and their one budget, so that when the law is enacted, they can then submit these through the legal process that has been defined in the bill. So we are trying to be proactive and preempt and prepare our municipalities and our governance structures to be able to respond to that. Chairperson, also the district metros, I think I've mentioned the one plan now. From a spatial planning point of view, spatial equity, integrated land use management, various guidelines have been developed. The SPLUMA has been implemented, and the National Spatial Development Frameworks. We test for alignment because the SDF and the Land Use Management System and the Spatial Development Framework Plan and LUMS must be part of the IDP of a municipality in terms of Section 26 of the Municipal Systems Act. So through our IDP processes, assessments, we try to ensure that even all of these goals, programs, priorities, and legal mandates find expression in IDPs of municipalities as well. And that's the degree of spatial and strategic alignment that we are looking to address. The traditional leaders play an important role in development of our rural communities in particular. And I think to this extent, we are dealing with ensuring that we speed up processes in terms of the recognition of Amakosi that is now being undertaken by the Provincial Executive Council. I think that's the one provision in the Traditional Leadership, the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act that cannot be delegated by the Premier. So it's a core function of the Premier, and we as a department take through these matters to the Provincial Executive Council for approval as these happen within the institution. The Traditional Leadership and Governance Bill also was withdrawn, but we are considering the resubmission of the bill to the provincial legislature. So it will be under review. There are 3,462 is in Duna as well. And this, as you are aware, based on the presidential determination on salaries, the department had to deal with the back pay of Izinduna and the MTF cycle. And we have gotten to a point, Chairperson, where we are far advanced in terms of that process. The salary scales were also adjusted, which placed some fiscal pressure on ourselves. But as a department, it is a statutory requirement, and we therefore are required to respond to it. The external environmental analysis, of course, the population estimates, we now have the Stats SA revised statistics, and all of that has implications for planning and implementation, for the needs assessments, the needs on the ground, for service delivery in particular, and governance, and that is something that as a province we are required to respond to in terms of the latest Stats SA figures. Also, we've highlighted that there were constitutional interventions. The position has changed. We are required to report back to the Provincial Executive Council now in October on the 8 existing interventions, and we will no doubt brief the committee chairpersons once the Executive Council has considered the matter. The Auditor General reports, I think, again, the MFMA, the MEC has specific responsibility. So in terms of Section 131, the MEC must assess the financial statements, the audit reports, the annual reports, the oversight reports, the Can I just continue? Hold on, Honourable Member. Okay. So with the Auditor General, Section 131 of the MFMA. So we assess the audited annual financial statements. We've got to assess the audit report itself, which the Auditor General provides, the annual report of the municipality, the oversight report of the municipality, and the municipality's response to the audit report. So the audit action plan for implementation. And we've got to report to you as the provincial legislature within 60 days of the oversight report having been concluded by municipalities. So the statutory timeline for that is the annual report is adopted by a municipality on the 31st of January. The oversight report must be dealt with within 60 days, so by the 31st of March, which addresses any gaps that might exist in the annual report of the municipality. And then within 60 days of that 31st of March, COGTA must report to the provincial legislature by the 31st of May on our analysis of all of these elements. So that is a very close link we have with the Auditor General. We also have what we call an Operation Clean Audit Steering Committee, which we chair as COGTA, which coordinates the work that Provincial Treasury does, as well as SALGA in support of municipalities' financial management and in response to the audit reports themselves. I think we did a State of Local Government report, and we assessed all 54 municipalities. This is a report at the top of the next page that is done annually. It is done within the DCOG framework. We did it last in September, October 2023. That report was then tabled by the national minister in the national legislature. And I think we have now been invited by the National COGTA Portfolio Committee next week to provide our reports in respect of 3 municipalities based on that report. Again, it talks to specific focus areas and indicators pertaining to local government around the 5 pillars. And then there is added to the State of Local Government report the element of local economic development, which is not specifically referenced in the Back to Basics pillars. So we've evolved to that extent. But what we have found in the last assessment of municipalities, which really affects our external environment as COGTA and our workings in municipalities in particular, are elements of the political administrative interference. And of course, the NDP requires us to ensure that there's a stronger interface between the political and administrative interface. And that's what we aim to do as COGTA through capacitation programs and various other monitoring initiatives. They are weak or dysfunctional oversight structures. And to this extent, we are talking about council oversight, portfolio committee oversight, where the audit committees are adequately capacitated and performing their functions, looking at issues of impact effectiveness. So municipal public accounts committees with the high levels of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the impacts are able to process these matters. And as a department, our capacity building, our on-the-job training and our support is aimed at dealing with that. So when we come to you with our report on the previous financial year, you will, or on the next audit outcomes of municipalities, you will see much work has been done to reduce UIFW through impact support. So we assess council structures, their sittings and their effectiveness, and we are trying to deepen our analysis and assessment and feedback to municipalities in this regard. The lack of accountability comes from the Auditor General's call for consequence management in local government and across government at large. And so dealing with elements of consequence management also become COGTA responsibility in response to the audit outcomes, but also in terms of implementation of good governance and systems of good governance and accountability across all of the institutions. Weak or non-existent public participation. Ward committees are assessed on a quarterly basis, but whether ward committees are having adequate sectoral representation, whether they are reaching out to communities, whether public participation and engagement is meaningful is the question, and that is what the State of Local Government report that we undertook was actually telling us, which must inform then our planning. The poor service delivery, I don't think that's requires further explanation. It's seen in the the outages. It's seen on the potholes. It's seen when we have water disruptions and so on. But it still remains a significant challenge. And behind that, Chairperson, are a number of things that need to be done to address issues of poor service delivery, repairs and maintenance funding, implementation of infrastructure programs and projects, and so on. And as COGTA, those are the types of things that we try to do to improve service delivery, and we need to look at different and more innovative ways. The lack of consequence management linked to the lack of accountability, I think I've highlighted that. The summary of the State of Local Government report, and Chairperson, I'm not sure if you want me to go through it in detail, but based on that summary, those were the areas that we identified. Maybe to say that IGR structures needed to be strengthened. That's on the third paragraph under the summary. And that's also because if we are able to strengthen cooperation between the locals and the district municipalities, and now with the DDM implementation and the legal requirement for DDMs, then we believe that in turn it will have a positive impact for coordination of service delivery, and we will have greater impact through the one plans and the one budgets. And of course, within the planning program, the IDPs and so on, we'll be able to deal with that. The senior management vacancies within municipalities is also a contributing factor to our efforts and the state of local government. I think there has to be administrative stability in any institution for the institution to function effectively. And so the department is required to look at the appointments of Section 54 and 56 managers in terms of the Municipal Systems Act. And of course, there are statutory timelines associated with that. So if a post remains vacant can remain vacant for 3 months, and it's expected that it is filled within 3 months, the recruitment process is concluded. But if that doesn't happen for whatever reason, then it can be extended for a further period of 3 months by the MEC. So the MEC must do that. The MEC must also provide concurrence on the appointments of Section 54 and 56 managers to ensure that, one, the process was fair, and two, that the incumbents or the recommended candidates actually meet the minimum criteria as established in regulations. And then the MEC has to report to the national minister in this regard as well. On the area of financial viability of municipalities and their financial health, I think consumer debt remains a major challenge. And when we say consumer debt, we're talking primarily at households that are owing municipalities, because 76% of the 20 billion rand that was owing at the end of the last financial year was owed by households. And that was followed by business, which was then owing 14% of that debt. And of course, COVID did have an impact on business, which is why we saw an increase, of businesses owing municipalities. But, the view is that as long as the business remains in business, it should pay its dues. And our municipalities should be a preferred debtor in all instances. And that is what, in any event, the Municipal Systems Act requires. Government owing municipalities, it's usually in the region of 5 to 7 to 8% generally, but included in that are current payments. So the current accounts are also included, and the same would hold true for business and consumers, but it would be the current accounts that would also be due. There is outstanding debt. We have a provincial coordinating forum on government debt, which coordinates payment by provincial departments to municipalities. We facilitate at a district level. We mediate disputes between departments and municipalities. But chairperson and members of the legislature, the fiscal constraints have led to us not being able as government to honor some of our payments to municipalities. So we've made payment arrangements between departments and municipalities. So for example, the Department of Education has a payment arrangement with eThekwini municipality to pay arrear debt, and we try to adhere to those. So we do it for all our municipalities. The Department of Public Works budget is also underfunded by at least 30% on property rates payments to municipalities. The Department of Education experiences challenges in terms of theft of water and electricity from our schools. So, for example, there's our schools, there's theft from water in schools, and of course the department is then having to pay these bills. So there are serious challenges that need to be addressed, and that's what our State of Local Government report highlighted for us. I've spoken about irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure across municipalities. I think you will see an improvement in the next audit cycle, but it remains something that we will focus on. I think here it's important for the committee to note that as COGTA, our responsibilities are in terms of Section 32 of the MFMA. It comes after the fact. So it's actually after the UIFW has been incurred that COGTA comes in to help a council resolve it. But the preventative controls and SCM-related functions are a function of the provincial treasury. So the MFMA's got both responsibilities for treasury and COGTA, and so we have to work closely with treasury in terms of strengthening the preventative controls. When we put it together with treasury. There are elements of engaging with MISA for technical support and technical capacity in municipalities. It's around engineering skills, it's around project management skills, and the lack of capacity in that particular area. And that obviously also affects our ability to implement the programs and projects under the municipal infrastructure grants in particular. I think the committee was aware of the withdrawal of funding from certain municipalities, and then it gets transferred to other municipalities that are performing so that we don't lose out on service delivery. I think there has been a community satisfaction survey that was undertaken in 2018, and it was done by the Office of the Premier. And the findings of that informed really, what is happening and what the feeling of communities are in relation to service delivery and in relation to the work of government. And they were, 46% were outright dissatisfied, 39%, about a third were dissatisfied, and 52% felt that we were not handling fraud and corruption. We were not enhancing entrepreneurship and SMME development and so on. So that all will inform is the environmental context that informs the work and the planning that we need to be doing. I think we've spoken about water, energy, rail and climate change. I'm sure the committee is aware that the water boards were rationalized. So where we had Umgeni Water and Umshatuze Water, they have now been combined by the national minister whose competence it is into Umgeni Utukela Water. And it's based on the two catchments in the province. The name is not based on anything except the two catchments in the province, the Umgeni catchment area and the Utukela catchment area, and that's what we're working closely with the water boards on. There is water board debt owed to Umgeni Utukela, but we are dealing with that as well as to Eskom, and there are processes underway in terms of dealing with that. I think there has been a lot of progress in terms of the provision of drinking water. So we have been able to reduce our backlogs, and we have been able to extend service delivery to the households across the province. One of the things that is of concern, and it remains, although there's been a trend and improvement, is the investment in repairs and maintenance by municipalities. The National Treasury norm is 8% of the value of your property, plant and equipment that must be invested in repairs and maintenance. But we find ourselves with the provincial average currently of about, I think it's 6%, between 6 and 7%. Although, members, it has grown from 3% 8 years ago. So there's been a significant movement in terms of the investment in repairs and maintenance by our municipalities. The important thing, however, is that we monitor also the spend and ensure that it happens. And part of the problem is that the money had to be redirected to new infrastructure because a large part of the communities did not have infrastructure, and it compromised the investment in maintaining existing infrastructure. So the disasters and climate change as well, I think I've explained. There's the fourth industrial revolution, and this is really trying to ensure that there are opportunities to utilize technology. We have converted some of our traditional administrative centers to, IT hubs, looking at creating opportunities at our Tucson centers, creating smart centers that are fourth industrial revolution compliant. So we're trying to keep abreast with technology and the times. But it is a very costly endeavor, as is the case with all technology. The construction of community service centers as well was completed, and there are centers that are also planned to ensure functional relationships between local government and the institution of traditional leadership through these centers. Grant support, we do provide grants to municipalities for some catalytic projects. I think we mentioned the township rehabilitation, the small town rehabilitation program that happened in the last 5 years. We had the focus on CSCs. We also had the skilled professionals program through the expanded public works program and the community works program. And then I've already spoken about IGR and the critical role of traditional leaders in governance within the province and in the work that the department does. I think we do have some work to do in terms of improving and focusing on the capacity of Amakosi to participate effectively in governance structures, and that was also identified in the assessment. I think, Chairperson, we've also looked at monitoring the environment and looking at what are those risk areas that we need to deal with, and what are the intervention measures that are required to deal with potential threats. One of the things that you would be aware of is the killing of councillors and Amakosi in the province. And of course, we have to deal with, looking at hotspot cases, potential threats, engaging with the commissioner and the national commissioner in this area, and then ensuring that there is provision of basic services and sanitation. Looking at quarantine and isolation sites, we dealt with that over the years when it came to COVID-19. We're also looking now in terms of disaster management, ensuring that there are shelters, like with the snow incident, the 2 weekends or 3 weekends ago, we had buses taking commuters that were stuck to Mlamiti, and they spent the night there. So it's those kinds of things that we're looking at. Also looking at awareness campaigns and then capacity building and PPE. Those were some of the things we had to deal with as well from the COVID-19 pandemic. I think we've highlighted the budget provision, Chairperson. I'm not sure if at this stage you want to take just an overview of the presentation of the budget as we sit now.
Yeah, I think we should move into that and just try and bring things to a close so that we allow for some time with engagement from the members.
Thank you, Chair. So with me today, I have the acting CFO, Ms. Noktula Shongwe. I also have with me the acting Director, Budget Control and Planning, Ms. Sanele Kumalo, and they will take us through this report. Thank you very much, Chair. The other two ladies, maybe I should also introduce them as Mrs. Nelengam Shengu, who's our Chief Director responsible for Strategic Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the department, and responsible for Program 1 coordination is Ms. Nonjabulo Nsimbi in the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that, HOD. Before you proceed with that, I ran ahead of myself. Can I just hear from the members, would you rather engage with the HOD through questions now or conclude the budget report, budget presentation? Yes, Honorable Fraser. Conclude. All right, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the members again. As the HOD has introduced me, I'm Sanele Kumalo, Acting Director, Budget Control and Planning. I'll be just taking you through the 2024-25 budget allocation. Hoping that the members have gone through the presentation, and most of the stuff from the first few slides of the presentation have been covered by the acting HOD, like the priorities of the department. She has also outlined to the members the purpose of each program, I'll just go straight to slide 15 of the presentation. And that will give us the summary of receipts and the finances of the COGTA budget for the period of 2020-21 to 2026-27. Actually, the department received the provincial allocation in the form of equitable share, as well as the conditional grant allocations in respect of the EPWP integrated grant for provincial. In the current financial year of slide 15, yes. In 2024-25, the department received 2 million as EPWP conditional grant, of which it added to our equitable share of 1,848,066,000, which gives us the budget allocation of 1,850,066,000 for COGTA. Moving to slide 16, we can see those tables reflecting the summary of payments and estimates by program and economic classification. The table shows that the department's budget increased steadily over the past 7 years, and COGTA department has not recovered from the budget cuts that were implemented. If you can all recall that COGTA's budget was reduced by 365 million during the COVID. Also, the cost of living increase that were affected by National Treasury. We've been carrying over that deficit for over the years. So we have not recovered since COVID-19 year. And looking at the tables there, you can see maybe one might argue that in the previous financial year, our budget was increased. Can I just continue while you're still looking for the presentation?
Have you? All right, just give the members a second. If you could assist.
Apologies, CFO will assist. CFO will assist with the
These reports were also received quite late. We received them yesterday, I think these today. Yeah. So members have not had a chance to actually go through these quite comprehensive reports. We'll need to take some time and interrogate them after today.
It's on page 1. It's on page 1.
And we're also trying to go paperless, so that's new for us as well. All right, where is our coordinator? Perhaps he can assist us with this report.
This one is. Wait.
I'm assuming that's a typo there on with the incorrect date. Yeah, I've got that report. So Honorable Madloko is raising that there's 22nd July, on the report. I'm assuming that it's just not been updated.
Just explain that to the committee. Because this was the original budget that was approved during the FTF.
Okay.
Yes, so there are no changes. Even if I present it in the next month, it will still be the same presentation that is tabled to the committee.
That explanation is acceptable.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe just for the sake of members in future, just put in the updated date so that there's no confusion. But you may proceed.
Noted, Chairperson, thank you. So just to highlight the reasons why there was an increase in the previous financial year, the 23-24, the department received 631 million in respect of Izinduna back pay. That's why you can notice that there was an increase in the previous financial year. And then we went back to 1.8 billion because there's no specific allocation for Izinduna this current financial year. I will just quickly move to slide 18, just to highlight to the committee the major cost drivers of COGTA's budget for 25-24. We can see that on that pie chart, the 44% of our budget is for compensation of employees. 27% of our budget goes towards Izinduna, Amapost, and TC Secretary's compensation. 18% is for project cost, and 11% is going towards the operational cost. So bulk of our budget goes towards the compensation of employees as well as the stipend for Izinduna and Amapost payments. So only 18% that we are left with to do our project or to conduct or implement our project. I'll just also go straight to slide 22 to highlight to the committee what major 5 cost drivers under Program 1. As HOD have already highlighted to the committee that we have 4 programs under COGTA. We have Program 1, that is administration. The major cost drivers under Program 1, we pay compensation of employees. That's where we spend so much under property payments, where we pay for water and lights, the cleaning services, the security services, for our buildings. We also pay for the computer services like the city operational cost for our systems. We also pay for the leases of the office space as well as the fuel for our fleet, amongst other things that are being covered under Program 1, of which it's actually allocated the budget of 489,465,000. Moving to Program 2, local governance. The top 5 major cost drivers that were identified during the approval of this budget was the COE, the support to municipal representative. We have public participation programs. We have financial expert and the procurement of tools of trade for our CDWs. You'll notice going forward when we do this presentation, some of these priorities have been replaced by other new interventions. So these were the priorities during the time of the approval of the budget. Moving to Program 3, of which is local development and planning. That's slide 31, colleague members. The top 5 major drivers for Program 3, development and planning. We also pay COE inclusive of the municipal intents. We also pay for electrification projects that we are currently running at Tabakulusi and Ijozini. We also cater for disaster management relief stock, as HOD mentioned, that we have to respond quickly when it comes to disaster-related issues. Those items are catered under development and planning. Also, the construction and the refurbishment of those CSCs are also catered under this program. Moving colleagues to look at traditional institutional management, of which is slide 35, just to highlight the major cost drivers for for traditional affairs. They pay compensation of employees for staff. They also pay salaries for Izinduna. You can see 303 million of their budget goes towards Izinduna salaries. We also pay Amakosi salaries under that program. Also, we pay the TCs, the stipend, the 28 million, you can see it's going towards this. And then we have events, cultural events, the installation of Amakosi, social cohesion, that are also catered for under traditional institutional management. Those are the 4 programs that are budgeted for under COGTA. To also highlight in the committee that there have been some requirements that have been since implemented by the department in the current financial year's budget, where we undertook all the movement of funds due to the Cabinet's resolution. We had to move 30 million from Program 4 to Program 3 for transfer to USCOM to replace the failed transformers. This was the Cabinet resolution that COGTA had to act upon, hoping that we will get this 30 million back from Provincial Treasury during the adjustment estimate as per the resolutions. We also recovered, to put it that way, 4.2 million from Municipality with the unspent grants. We requested Provincial Treasury to give us those funding back to the board. They have since approved the 4.2 million, of which our budget has now increased by 4.2 million that we recovered from Umuzi due to unspent grant. That 4.2 million has been allocated to Program 1 because we were having problems under Program 1. There were some invoices, not to put it that way, the licenses that we had to pay for, like the Microsoft that we under budgeted for. So we had to allocate that funding to reduce that shortfall that is currently, the department is currently experiencing under Program 1. Since then, those are only the adjustments that have been implemented by the department so far. Yes, I think this will bring it to the end of the budget presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other presentations left? I see APP here on as well.
Thanks, Chair. I'll ask Mr. Chair to make us do
Just an overview. Yeah, okay.
I leave the same.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and to the honorable members and also to the colleagues. Chairperson, I'm going to be very brief because I think the acting HOD has been very elaborate in terms of what the department is about, the mandate that we are expected to fulfill as a department, and I'll just go straight to slide number 6 that speaks about, that is actually a flow from the strategic plan document, which is a 5-year plan, to what the APP contained. The strategic intent in the 5 years for the department, that is from 2020 post the 2019 general elections, we developed a 5-year plan that was presented and detailed by the acting HOD. The theory of change as a planning tool that was used to develop this document requires of departments to be upfront about the impact statement, which previously was referred to as the goal statement. And the impact statement that was sought after in the last 5 years, ending at the end of the current financial year, is sustainable, responsive, and accountable local government and traditional institutions. So that is the goal that we were working towards.
We had resolved on only 3 outcomes that we're pursuing in the last 5 years, and that is improved municipal and traditional institutional capacity in line with the MTSF priority that talks to the capable and developmental state. The second outcome that the department had resolved on is improved coordination of service delivery. And also the improved institutional capacity that is in alignment with the MTSF priority of building a capable and developmental state. Slide 7, Chairperson, it indicates to the members the outcome indicators that we had resolved on at the beginning of the term. There are not many. We had then decided under the leadership of Municipa to just focus on 5 outcome indicators, which are high-level indicators, and focus on improving audit outcomes, and also elimination or reduction of municipalities that are under statutory interventions, and also improving or putting focus on improving the functionality of the traditional institutions, and also municipalities, supporting or tracking a number of municipalities that are increasing households with access to basic services, working towards the universal access target. And also for the department, we had targeted to achieve 5 clean audit outcomes for the 5 years of the term. The next slide, Chairperson, seeks to show the alignment of the sector priorities, the alignment of the current APP to sector priorities, and we decided to also factor in the issue of the statement of intent, which is basically the founding, document for the government of today under GNU and GPU. Not very different from from the plans that were already in place in the 6th administration, your NDP, your MTSF. If you look at their priorities from one document to the next, it basically speaks to same issues, even what is contained in the now statement of intent. So in this slide, we are just trying to show to the members issues of alignment. Draft MTDP, because in the past it was called MTSF, Medium-Term Strategic Framework, but currently we refer to it as the Medium-Term Development Plan. It has got only 3 priorities which we feel as COGTA we need to respond to. The first one is inclusive economic growth and job creation, which is still a priority that was contained in the MTSF. We've got strategic priority 2, which is talking to maintaining and optimizing the social wage. It was a priority that was contained as well in the MTSF. And also the third one, which was the first in the MTSF, a capable, ethical and developmental state. And on the last column, we are just showing how our strategic plan or APP is aligning to the priorities of government of today. Chairperson, I think HOD already spoke about a number of interventions that we implement. I'll just quickly go through the output indicators and explaining that the logic that was created at the beginning of the 5 years is that everything that we are doing as interventions should be something that is going to lead us to that impact statement. Should be something that is going to lead us to the achievement of the desired outcomes. So there is a relationship between the strategic plan, the APP, and also the annual operational plan that is more an internal document and is not really subjected to oversight committees, but it clearly was created with the hope that if the department implements the 5 APPs, then at the end of the term would be able to account on the outcomes or the impact that was agreed on in 2019. Some of the issues, Chairperson, this APP was presented to the Portfolio Committee and was adopted.
soon after the constitution of the portfolio committee. So that's why I'm saying I'll be just brief. Program 1, interventions. Some of the issues that we are talking about is the service points, inspections that will have to be conducted by the ministry office, as surprise visits to some of the key service delivery points to make sure that issues of Batubili are adhered on the ground. The clean audit opinion that has been an indicator throughout the 5 years, and also in alignment to what the target of the MTSF that required that departments reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure by 50% has also been an indicator that is in the APP. Payment of suppliers, we had elevated it to the level of APP so that we can track the ability of the department to pay suppliers within 30 days. In line with what the HOD had already spoken about, that the MTSF's cross-cutting issues also is about the vulnerable groups. The department had an indicator and committed to spend about 30% of the procurement budget towards the vulnerable groups. That is slide number 10, and we have committed to try and bring the level of representation of people living with disabilities in the department up a bit, as this target has also been increased, that departments must at least try to move away from the initial 2% target and to 7%. So we have for this year targeted to increase the target for now as a start to 3%. Towards an accountable or ethical state, colleagues are expected to disclose fully their financial interest, and that is the work that is happening for everyone in the department on an annual basis. The chairperson, towards addressing the issue of graduate unemployment, we do commit as the department yearly to appoint graduate interns to be part of the establishment or to come and acquire the necessary experience for the job market. Chairperson, there are other issues, interventions that we do implement as a department to try and curb the issue of UIFW, and amongst others is the assessment of transactions at 100% to identify irregular expenditure. Transactions are also subjected to determination test for UIFW at 100%, and also the audits that are conducted on bids to ensure that they are compliant. Those are the main interventions that are implemented in Program 1, and moving right along to Program 2, which is about local government, and their APP interventions, amongst others, include the development or support of municipalities with the implementation of the municipal support and intervention plans, which are tailored to respond to the needs of municipalities, as informed by the state of the local government assessment that the HOD already alluded to. The support to municipalities to implement back to basics, though officially that program was phased out, but the HOD already indicated that the pillars remain relevant, and the department still pursues the implementation of the back to basics program. We support municipalities to align their IDPs to national and provincial and to the district priorities. That is the work that is undertaken by the IDP of the department. Chairperson, in slide 14, you realize that we've got what we call standardized indicators. Chair, these are the indicators that are resolved on by the sector convened by the National Department of Cooperative Governance at a national level, where all provinces are invited to say, as a sector, which are the common indicators that we are going to pass through. And amongst others in program 2, we've got the one that speaks about supporting municipalities to institutionalize performance management system. It is the mandate of the department to track performance or monitor the performance of municipalities. We've got the compilation and submission of the Section 47 reports, and also municipalities ought to be supported to comply with MSA regulations. Under financial municipal finances, all 54 municipalities are supported with the reduction of consumer debt, reduction of government debt, and also monitor municipalities on the implementation of indigent policies. Towards more social programs, it's the municipal rapid response teams that as COGTA we've got the responsibility to make sure that they are functional and are more proactive in dealing with societal issues before they can even escalate to protests that also have got undesirable effects, such as vandalism of key strategic infrastructure. We have also got a responsibility to respond or also to align to the national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, and we monitor municipalities to ensure that there are responsive programs that talk to GBVF. Supporting municipalities, as it was indicated that it was an issue that came out strongly in the then assessment of local government performance, to promote participation in community-based local governance processes, and also to support municipalities to respond to community concerns. Chair, that is in the main what program 2 is about. I'm not going to go through each of the indicator, but there was also a commitment to support municipalities with the reduction of ESCOM debt, and also getting into this plans to repay ESCOM with municipalities, so that we reduce the level of service interruptions in our communities. Slide 18, these are part of the standardized indicators that I've spoken about that were developed, which we are hoping for amendment of some leading into the beginning of the new administration, which formally begins in the new financial year, because this financial year we are still basically wrapping up the implementation of the plans of the 6th administration, but we did revise the APP to incorporate issues from the statement of intent and priorities of the new principles. Program 3, which is development and planning, HOD has already spoken about the mandate of this program, and we do support 54 municipalities with the implementation of their local economic development strategies, and also support municipalities to implement the provincial small town revitalization strategies. Towns that were supported in the last financial year, we still have to see them through, that they do implement our programs as per the strategy. Support municipalities to develop partnerships. HOD spoke about it, and I think it's one of the things that we are required to do under the SDGs, and we do support municipalities to establish these strategic partnerships, especially for local economic development issues. There is a program that we are coordinating that is assisting towards job creation, that is the CWP program. The job opportunities that are allocated by national, but we are facilitating obviously the process. It's 45,000 jobs that are allocated to this province. Our own creation of EPWP work opportunities, the target as it stands is at 1,000. We've got the mandate also on issues of fire services, and we support municipalities, 11 of them, on fire brigade services. These are some of the strategic interventions that are implemented by Program 3. The Water Master Plan intervention programs implemented, we've got 7, and the department is still seeing through that the Water Master Plan is implemented so that we ultimately increase access to water and eliminate the challenges that are hovering over us when it comes to the issue of the delivery of water. The issue of operations and maintenance, we are supporting or monitoring municipalities, all 40 service authorities to ensure that O&M is happening as it ought to. LED initiatives benefiting designated groups implemented. So with the LED support, there should be a focus on as a designated groups to make sure that we do respond to the requirements of emancipation of women and other previously disadvantaged population groups. Post-disaster grants monitored, that is also one of the issues that has been taken on so that it receives the attention it deserves, to make sure that municipalities do spend the disaster grants that are allocated to them post-disasters. Chairperson, that is the APP for Program 3. Some of strategic indicators. Program 4, which is traditional affairs support, they also have got the interventions that are pursued. The traditional leadership succession disputes is still an issue that the department oversees, and we've got a target of resolving, of processing, because the resolution part is not entirely within the control of the department. So it's 100% processing of issues that will come to us. Understanding the influence of Amakosi in the spaces that they govern customarily. The anti-GBVF interventions campaigns are coordinated at the department level for traditional leadership to lead. We've got also a process that we are trying to coordinate government support for Amakosi, that all sector departments have got to report interventions to the department so that we ensure an even spread of support to all areas of Amakosi, because in the past you'd see that support is said to be going to certain Amakosi and not to others by different sector departments. So the department has got that now to say, let's try and coordinate, or let's try and capture so that it can be visibly clear to anyone as to where is the support of government going in terms of Amakosi. And the database of Izinduna as well, that also includes the audit of Izinduna and the verification of Izinduna, so that we are able to appropriately pay the correct Izindunas apologies, Chair. This is a mistake that we continuously commit, and demand always correct. Amakosi or Amabambamkosi recognitions that are concluded within 6 months, 100%, that all processes that are within our control as government, we should try to speedily implement so that we also reduce the issues of disputes that come to the department and the commission. And the issue of the family trees, that for those that are recognized, there should be an updated family tree so that it is known and kept in record as to who is next in line. That is, Chairperson, the APP for the department, that is fully aligned to the priorities of the 6th administration, and we try to incorporate the priorities of the new administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. So over to our members. I'll take hands. Almost there. I agree with you. It's been a long day. We've had an information overload. But I think some of it has been very necessary for us to create that platform so that we can move forward. But let's take some hands. And Honorable Mfeka, Honorable Madloka, and Honorable Buthelezi. And, okay, so basically all of us. Honorable Kunene, and then Honorable Fraser, and then I'll just mop up if there's anything else. Over to you, Honorable Mfeka.
Thanks, Chairperson. I heard the HOD when she was doing her presentation. She spoke about traditional leadership. Now, what I want to understand, I'm told there is a commission. Now, does that commission report to COGTA or it reports to the Premier's office? And if it reports to the Premier's office, then what role does COGTA play in terms of that commission? So I just wanted to understand. And then the second question is, I saw in the presentation, it says compensation of employees, then below it, there is the salaries of Amakosi and Induna and their secretaries. Now, I wanted to understand whether the compensation of employees is exclusive to department employees, or is it inclusive of Amakosi and Izinduna? Because the MEC, when we had the budget debate, had said that compensation of employees includes the salaries of Amakosi, but I see your presentation, you've separated them. So I just need an understanding on that.
Thank you, Honorable Madloka.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We welcome the presentation by the acting HOD together with the acting CFO and Mem Shengo. I think you presented also APPs very well, and you indicated that it has been amended, to include it now. Chair, I want first to congratulate this department. I see that the chair is leading COGTA, acting HOD is female. Yes, only 100%. Yeah, no, we really congratulate you, Chair HOD. My concern is the acting. You all the time when there is acting, there is no stability in the department. The department has been performing very well, with the clean audit and so on. But if all the key senior management is acting, it becomes a problem. Maybe can we check whether there is any plan to fill in the post if it's vacant post? We are new in this portfolio, so we want to really understand what is happening, acting. If we can be clarified why everybody is acting, because we're very happy to see the ladies leading, doing it for themselves. But now our concern is acting. Maybe if we can be clarified so that we know. I'm saying this because we may raise things here, the new management comes and, and it delays, the implementation of some of the
the programs that the department have if people are acting. The other one, Chair, the HOD indicated that they did the local government assessment of all municipalities in the province to measure viability and accountability in all the municipalities. And then also in your presentation, you indicated that because of the inefficiency in the local government, you had to come up with a tailored support plans developed for each and every outcome of the assessment. Maybe if one can ask a question, that tailored support plans that was developed, I don't know whether it was developed or it will be developed, how far with the implementation of the particular plans that you developed in each and every, and then also is there any positive outcome in regard to that plan that the department did to assist the municipalities after the assessment? Also in your report, in a summary that you indicated for the state of the local government, there was an indication that the department will conduct investigations into fraud, corruption, and maladministration. I'm not sure whether you're gonna do, because you said will. I don't know also whether this fraud, corruption, and maladministration, it also came out on the assessment of local government, or it's a continuous thing that we are doing in the department. So if we can get a clarity on that one to say, do you have this, have you already conducted the investigation? And this investigation, was it in line with the outcome of the assessment of all the municipalities? It will really assist. When it comes to the issue of traditional leadership, can one check? I remember during the debate, there was an indication that there will be a continuous audit of izinduna, Mshengu, not izindunas, a continuous audit. How many izinduna at the moment the department is paying? So that we understand. We were also told during that time also that there are other zindunas on the payback of izinduna. Yes, we were told that there was a back pay for certain number of izinduna, but the others, they are still investigating going forward. And then there was a time frame that was made that time that you were supposed that there was a target to say by that time you'll be finalizing the payment, the back pay of izinduna. Can you also share with us as a new committee to say that how far you have gone with that, what is outstanding in regard to that one? The last one, Chair, is the issue of Amakosi. Not Izinkosi, Amakosi. Amakosi, there were things of the traditional council's election. We were told that it never continued because there was a complaint from Amakosi that the system that is being used, I think it was about consultation with the families that they were not happy with. on the 60% that is being elected in the traditional councils, to say now there was I think it's I don't know whether it's a regulation that was imposed to say that before you appoint 60% of the izinduna that are going to be elected, you must first consult with the family. Have that particular matter resolved? Because the concern was that the budget, that was set aside for that was not used going forward. Maybe if we can get those particular clarity. And also, we want to appreciate the presentation that we have been given, although it was like, it was a lot because it was not in a PowerPoint, but it's a document that is going to assist us going forward, when we read through it. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlofa. Over to you, Honorable Botoresi.
Members and officials. And when I controlled my colleagues that we printed the reports, but I still plead with the department to take it serious. Since 2016, I've been talking about one and the same thing, that Ibamba Kosi MK is never paid. And it's very unfair that the people who are under him is the donor, who are controlled by him, he's the supervisor of them. They are being paid. And I reported a long time ago that it won't be nice that there is a tribe or where there is a corruption. I reported 7 Amapi's in donor. And even the late, the former HOD, even the MEC knows about that. And most of you members here in the room who were serving in COGTA with me since 2016. I reported Ezekwini of 7 Isinduna who are being paid and who are no longer working, are sick, some are lying in bed day and night. They can't do anything. They don't even come to the traditional council. I know because I'm a member of the traditional council. My father chose me to be one of the Butelezi traditional council members. But really, it's not fair because there will be a time when it will be said, Butelezi this area, they've got corruption. So I want to see improvement from these ladies to prove that to change things. Because I've been reporting since 2016, it's not fair. MK is working hard and is doing a big area. There were 2 Amabamba posts because the area is big. It was towards Vatresa, which is quite a wide area. Because up to 4 more is the Butelezi area. But father decided to give it to Inkosi Mbongwe and cut it and gave it to Inkosi between. Otherwise it belongs to Mamosu to all that area. But he divided it to these 2, Amakosu, Zamo, and Inkosi between. But now Umpiga is not getting even a cent. But the department is busy paying Isinduna who are lying in bed, who are not there. And I always report because I don't like corruption. My father has never taught me corruption. That's why he was never involved in anything like corruption, and he died without anything, or his father shop, whatever, doing things for him. So we always believe that we must do things for the people. So really, I plead with the department that they must be changed. MK must be paid. Even in his will, he wrote that he is requesting that we continue to have 2 eyes because the area is too big. Ujo passed away. Umjali was attacked by a stroke about 15 years ago. I reported it many times in the portfolio, but they don't care. They are busy dividing the Butelezi clan Namabuma. I would say that the department must make changes. I'll be looking forward to see the change. Maybe the ladies can bear with us and do the correct thing. Stop paying this donor or go and investigate Ezekwini. I even reported Ezekwini because I was doing this with Ibamba because Ezekwini are correct. All the lists are there with the department. But we continue paying the people who are sick, people who are in Johannesburg, working there in the mines, but are called this donor by the department. But the person who's every day, every week is held in meetings. Umpiga is Butelezi. Getting upset. It's very unfair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for that, Honorable Buthelezi. I think the HOD is taking note of that. I remember very clearly you mentioned that to the MEC at one of our previous meetings, and he provided a commitment that he would look into it and resolve that matter. So perhaps you could give us some feedback. Honorable Kunene?
I wish to thank the presentation received. We welcome the delegation of COGTA in our meeting. There was a time where I heard that Mr. Dubani was being paid while he was not working. Is he still being paid? If one can get a response to that. Then there's this 30 million rand that the HOD, acting HOD talked about, which said they hope to get it back from provincial treasury. We subsequently heard that it was a cabinet resolution. Seemingly provincial treasury is not aware. So because they are represented here, what would the department say about that? In the previous portfolio, we had a list of disputes in terms of installation of Amakosi. Can that list be returned at the next meeting so that we get a report on the progress of that? How far is the department on filling of vacancies? Because there is this concern of acting people. There's this issue of graduate interns. Are these the ones that increased from 15 to 100? I think that's the question one has, but also to seek clarity on why they increased to 100 and how was it going to be funded. I think for now I can stop there.
Honorable President.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by thanking the HOD and her team for giving us the presentations that you could tell that they were thorough, prepared for this committee. We thank you very much, HOD, for that. And of course, we appreciate the information that we got from the first presentation. It's only that in a workshop setup, we've preferred more the PowerPoint presentation, like how you did with the rest of the presentations. Otherwise, it was not that we did not want you to present. That would be the first one. The second one, Chair, I'm not sure how did we invite the department who was invited. I believe we invited the MEC and the senior management of the department. I'm just checking. Who was invited?
According to our coordinator, the invite was sent to the MEC as well.
Oh, okay. You were invited from the MEC. Maybe I missed the apology from the MEC. I did not hear that one. Maybe I was outside and asked.
No, we didn't receive an apology.
Okay, we did not. Okay. So my understanding again is that we were supposed to be having the senior management. In as much as I do appreciate that the managers that are here, the HODs here, department has also have your chief directors or whoever. So I thought we will receive the apologies so that this committee is respected and given the respect it deserves. Otherwise, I don't want to send a wrong message. We appreciate and we got the information that we needed from the department. There was nothing short. It's only that we would have appreciated the apologies from those who are accountable to this committee. Chair, I was very much happy when I heard the HOD touching the issue of water connections. And I strongly feel that her sentiments were in order when she said nobody must be cut. But the challenge that we have in KZN, it's the challenge of our schools being cut. I don't want to go to the issue of the schools being charged like Umhlanga Mall. So I don't want to blame the department because I know that this thing has been happening. But I have an appeal to say that can the department sit down and come up with a plan of assisting our schools. I don't think it's fair that during examinations, water is cut. You know, last year, when the matriculants were writing exams, Uthugela decided to cut water for matriculants. I mean, as a parent, how do you take that decision of cutting water during exams? I mean, the child has been at school for the past 12 years. On his or her 13th year, to those who started in grade R, you decide to fail that child. I'm not blaming the department, but I'm saying to you, to your good selves, can you please come up with a plan? Because there are disputes to that effect. You'll find that in some of the schools, there are no meters. In some of the schools, they can't even tell how did they come up with those bills. Once more, I'm not saying it's the fault of the 7th administration. No. So, let's come up with something that will assist. So if women are there, I know they do things and they will assist, of course being led by the MEC. The second one, it's the issue of the ward committees after by-elections. I'm sure there's a legislation. I'm new in KOGTA, but there is a legislation in relation to what happens after that. Because with the ward committees, they get elected by the communities. So the fact that there's been a by-election must not deprive those who has been elected by the communities. They must not be subject to be abused by those who are in power at that particular time. So can the department see to it that the people are not being abused because there's been a by-election and somebody else has been elected as a councillor? I'm pleading with your good selves. For now, I'm not coming with any accusation, but I'm pleading with your good selves. Let's do justice to our communities. Otherwise, thank you very much for all the presentations.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. I think we've concluded all the members' questions. Before you respond, just to provide some feedback, our coordinator has responded with regards to your question. We've only invited those that are presenting today from the department. As much as the department has got to cut back, we as well as a committee, we want to cut back so that we're able to stretch our van and do more with the committee budget that we have. We have invited the MEC as protocol, but we haven't received any formal apology from his office. It probably was an oversight, because I really can't see much that the MEC would have been able to provide for us here today. This is a workshop and not a meeting, but in our meetings, we would like the MEC to be present at all our meetings. Before you respond, HOD, some of the questions I have, in terms of the AG report, we had the AG representatives here this morning. And one of the things that came up was that in certain municipalities, there's no consequence, well, they're not able to provide any consequence management in terms of municipalities not cooperating. Now, I did hear you mention that you've put together a framework in terms of assisting, supporting municipalities. I want to find out, what are you doing in terms of municipalities where there's no cooperation, and how can we ensure that they cooperate with the AG in terms of their financial discipline and their reporting and providing whatever needs to be provided to the AG's office? And then in terms of intergovernmental meetings, are these meetings being held? It would be good for us to have some sort of report on those meetings, whether we are able to sit in any of those meetings as observers or participate. Maybe give us some feedback on that. Then the Back to Basics report, is it standardized across every single municipality? Are all municipalities in this province carrying out the Back to Basics program? And with those public reps that are not cooperating in submitting those reports, what is being done and how far can we go in terms of discipline and so on with those public reps not cooperating? And my last question, one of your goals has been to reduce consumer debt. One of the things we find, especially in the eThekwini municipality, is the number of complaints that has come across where people have been provided with meters that run on air whenever there are outages, and they are now being forced to sign acknowledgement of debt for these exorbitant bills because the department or the municipality is not dealing with or entertaining their complaint with regards to debt or bills that are exorbitant because of air running through those meters, even though it's not their fault. So thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honourable members, for the questions. I think it helps us also to appreciate the committee's priority areas and focus, and it helps also us to strengthen where we can some of the issues that we need to. So in respect of the questions that have been raised, thank you, Honourable Mfeka, for the questions. In respect of the Commission on Traditional Leadership and Disputes and Conflict is a commission that is established in terms of the KwaZulu-Natal Commissions Act, but it also derives a mandate through the national legislation, and it is responsible for dealing particularly with leadership disputes. The Commission reports directly to the Premier, because it is only the Premier in terms of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act that can recognize an Inkosi, or Amakosi. Okay, so it is only the Premier that can do that. So the Commission effectively reports to the Honourable Premier. However, COGTA is responsible for providing the administrative support, researchers, anthropologists that support the work of the Commission, and that is our current role. In terms of the compensation of employees, the overall budget for compensation of employees reflects all remuneration costs. However, under Programme 4, we drew the distinction between what are employee costs and what are costs associated with Izinduna and Amakosi. because we want to appreciate that Izinduna and Amakosi are not staff of this department. They are office bearers. So hence we've drawn that particular distinction. Honorable Madlopa, the stability in the administrative leadership of the department, I think the committee might be aware that it is the Premier who has the responsibility of making the appointments of heads of department. And I think it's DDGs as well. So that is something that hopefully the Office of the Premier can fast track and engage and report on. Our plan, well, our commitment at least, even though we may be acting, is to, not DDGs, so it's just the HODs. But our commitment, even though we're acting, Honorable Madlopa, is to do the best that we can, to remain accountable. And I can tell you that I have 31 years of experience in local government, and it's within this department. In fact, I existed before the department. So hopefully we can carry through, and there won't be, for the committee and from an oversight point of view, there won't be a gap. We are obviously still learning, but we will try to learn as fast as we can. On the plan for us to fill posts, yes, it is there. We had made application to fill critical posts. We are, however, constrained by the budget. And so we prioritized the posts that needed to be filled. We submitted a list of 78 posts because there's a requirement that the Office of the Premier will approve the filling of posts given the fiscal constraints. So it was submitted, and of course they've got to look at it within the context of the budget across departments to keep the provincial salary bill within the amounts that we have available. So there were 40 posts that would now be approved for filling, and we will obviously phase in the filling of additional posts. On the question of the State of Local Government report and the tailored plans, Honourable Madlopa, these are what we call the municipal support and intervention plans that are developed for each municipality. So there are 54 such plans, and it's based on the assessment. It highlights, for example, if senior management posts are not filled, what needs to happen to deal with the issue of the filling of senior management posts. We'll ask for the recruitment plan, and we'll go through the process of supporting municipalities within that context to implement those municipal support and intervention plans. So they are available, and they are being implemented to a large extent. The positive outcomes, yes, there are positive outcomes. Obviously, certain areas are easier to handle and others a little bit more complex, like your financial management ratios and so on would be a little bit more complex. But certainly there are positive outcomes that we will report. Perhaps we could share the State of Local Government report with the Portfolio Committee Chair, and we will send it through to the Secretariat, because it was done almost like a research project. It was a report that required municipalities to report on very specific indicators. Those indicators were then sent out to municipalities. They compiled their reports. Those were validated with municipalities by the department, and each municipality was scored on the basis of the indicators that were determined. And these were nationally set indicators as well. So we will share that with you. We will be conducting a new State of Local Government report, obviously. And of course, we don't want to lose the trends. So we will look at that. I think on the question of investigations, no, it's not just arising from the State of Local Government report. It is in fact a mandate of the MEC to undertake investigations on maladministration, fraud, and corruption. And that's in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act. And those are when the MEC is brought to the attention of the MEC. There are investigations that then municipalities get referred to municipalities to conduct, and there are those that may be broader in terms of scope and so on, that the MEC may then choose to investigate. There are other investigation and law enforcement agencies as well. So we try not to duplicate, because there are matters that go to the Premier's office, there are matters that go to Treasury, there are matters that come via the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, and of course there's a process of coordination and making sure that there is no duplication and that the actual investigations take place within the right institution. So we do deal with those matters. On the question of the audit of Izinduna, the time frame for the completion of the audit was the end of October, so we are finalizing that process. And of course that determines the payment of any outstanding back pays. I think those areas where there are specific issues pertaining to a particular Induna, then we would deal with that before we would deal with the back pay. So it requires us to actually deal with the investigation before we then deal with the back pay. And of course, once that is completely concluded, perhaps we can produce a closeout report as a department so that we have dealt with all issues. As regards the traditional council elections, yes, indeed, there was some discontent by certain Amakosi and possibly Izinduna regarding the TC elections, and you are correct. In terms of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, the 60% has to be, the families have to be consulted for the 60% representation on the traditional council local house, and then obviously that affects the establishment of the provincial house as well. I will let you know that process has been undertaken. The traditional council elections will happen by the end of February 2025. So in terms of the processes and the plans, that's when the elections will happen. We are busy with the IEC at the moment developing the program for the traditional council elections. And of course, we will make sure obviously that the law is implemented and that the customary element during the election process is catered for and taken seriously in terms of dealing with it. Honorable Buthelezi, I am aware of the issues pertaining to the investigations into 7 Izinduna. I am aware that what has crossed my desk are memorandums to the Premier relating to, I think, 3 Izinduna, but whether they're the same as the 7 that were reported or whether they are different, I cannot confirm. And it's a matter that we will therefore undertake to look into, to deal with and to fast track. And we are certainly dealing with the issue of the non-payment of Inkosima Ibamba Mukosi, correct, and Impikai Buthelezi as well. So that issue is certainly receiving attention. Of course, it will be a matter that will go to the Cabinet, Provincial Executive Council for consideration. And we hope to resolve it in the fastest possible time. In terms of the payment for Mr. Tubane, I think it's not that Mr. Tubane was not working. Mr. Tubane was undertaking a program in the National Department of Cooperative Governance. I think it was the Extended Public Works Program. So there was a secondment. So he was never paid for sitting at home, if I can say that, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. The 30 million rand in relation to the ESCOM payment, Provincial Treasury, I'm not sure why the colleagues are not aware of it. There was a cabinet resolution, and it was on the basis of a MINCOM-BUD presentation to the Provincial Executive Council. It was done on the 26th of May this year, and the Provincial Executive Council resolved that we could deal with the replacement of the transformers to the value of 30 million rand, and that the Provincial Treasury will reimburse COGTA with the 30 million rand. So if the colleagues from Treasury are here and don't have it, we will definitely share that with them. Chairperson, also, I think we have to some degree covered the filling of vacancies, but in respect of the progress on disputes, we will share that. At the moment, before the Commission, there are 10 disputes that are in progress. And of course, we deal with other disputes that may arise, but certainly we are in the process of dealing with those, and we can certainly provide a report. The issue of the graduate interns program, I think I'll ask the budget, acting director from budget to respond to that one. But in respect of the water for schools, Honourable Fraser, I personally intervened at eThekwini district to make sure that the water was restored immediately during the examination. I called the mayor, I called the municipal manager, I called the ministerial representative who was there at the time, and by 11 o'clock on that day, water was restored. We do have a heart, in COGTA at least, and I know that municipalities see departments as a scapegoat or an easy target when they need to get the money for debt, outstanding debt, because it's easier to get money from government than to get the money from the consumers. So often the Department of Education has been targeted. The Department of Public Works has been targeted for property rates payments, and of course the water issue came up as well. So that is why we facilitated as COGTA the processes of having departments being treated like a normal customer and having to enter into payment arrangements. And those are being monitored and being abided by. So for example, at eThekwini, the Department of Education owed 178 million. There's a payment arrangement. It was 220 million 4 months ago. So payments are taking place. And we will try not to disrupt our scholars as far as possible. We do want to assist municipalities as well on the disputes around billing. They do exist. I think the Honourable Chair has also raised the issue about the water, the meters reading the airflow. And I think it's the Tongaat area, if I'm not mistaken, Honourable Chair. There is also the eThekwini ratepayers protest movement that has raised a number of these issues. And the MEC gave them a personal audience. And I was there as well in my capacity at that time as the Chief Director of Municipal Finance. We continue to engage the eThekwini ratepayers protest movement. We had a meeting with them and the Auditor General, because they've reported to the Auditor General as well. That meeting took place yesterday. I will also say that that movement has also launched a court action against eThekwini Municipality, and the municipality is also responding to that. But in the meantime, as COGTA, we have facilitated discussions, engagements, and resolution of many of the issues that the eThekwini ratepayers protest movement had actually raised, inclusive of the billing issues that you are bringing to our attention as well. On the aspect of ward committees after by-elections, Honourable Fraser, it's unfortunate if ward committee members are then, not treated with respect, having been elected by communities to represent them as different sectors. The by-election of a ward councillor deals with the election of that councillor as the chairperson of the ward committee. It doesn't mean that the ward committee has to be disestablished in terms of the law. And if there has been misconduct on the part of a councillor, then I think that has to be brought to the attention of the Speaker and the MEC, because it is the Speaker then that should act against the councillor if that conduct is inappropriate. And then if the Speaker fails to act, then the MEC, in terms of Schedule 14 of the Code of Conduct of Councillors in the Municipal Structures Act, must take action. So yes, I think we have to deal with individual cases, but in terms of the law, that shouldn't happen. And we should be able to address it through remedial action if it does. Chairperson, on the issue of the AG reporting the lack of consequence management and non-cooperation during the audit, I can safely say in my experience that where there is non-cooperation during the external audit in municipalities, as COGTA we get personally involved. Our Operation Clean Audit Steering Committee sits with the AG during the audit. In fact, we sit from at least a month or two before the audit, preparing municipalities for what the audit focus areas will be, and then engaging on the audit plans. During the audit, if the AG has any problem with any municipality in terms of non-cooperation, then as COGTA we do intervene. I mean, we personally will phone up the accounting officer. We'll call an audit steering committee or a Boardroom meeting, and we'll deal with the issues. So I think we are resolving those issues during the audit, and we've got a mechanism and a system in place to deal with it. Of course, sometimes the information is slow to come to the auditors, and partly it's because of change of staff and you know, the turnover and those kinds of things, but we try to manage it. And similarly, if the municipalities raise issue with auditors, if they're saying, look, we're not treated fairly by auditors, or they're asking something, you know, for an RFI and they're not giving us enough time to respond, we also deal with those issues. So we do try as far as possible to engage and to manage in the audit process. We also have audit war rooms for those municipalities who you know, can move to clean audit. So what are the issues holding you back? How can we fix it? And then for those negative audit outcome municipalities, we have war rooms because some of the issues are common. We also have a UIFW audit war room. So we deal specifically with the top 10 contributors of UIFW, which is how we were able to reduce the provincial UIFW, and you won't be surprised when you see the results of the next audit, because you'll know that the acting HOD had told you this was going to happen. So there are processes, there are systems, there are mechanisms to deal with that. On the IGR meetings, I think, Chairperson, you're referring, there's a multitude of those. There's obviously the Premier's Coordinating Forum as a start in the IGR Framework Act. There are what we hold as COGTA Munimec meetings to engage with mayors. We also have TRADSMEC meetings to engage with Amakosi and the provincial house and the local houses. And then there are the municipal intergovernmental coordination structures, which pretty much take the form of the DDM. And we have been measuring, and within the DDM there are clusters. So there's a GSIT cluster, an ESIT cluster, JCPS cluster, and so on. And within those there are clusters, and then there's a technical hub, which comprises the MMs of the district and the locals, and the political hub, which then comprises of the mayor and the mayors of the locals. Of Transport is not responding to an issue in Amajuba district, say the M11, then it is our job to ensure that we bring sectors into the district development model structures so that we are able to deal with it. And then from the planning point of view, we deal with them. So we do test the functionality of DDM structures, and they have been meeting at a technical level and at a political level. There were instances where there was a gap, but many of those have been resolved. And as I said, with the legal framework now changing and making it mandatory as opposed to voluntary, that will also change the picture and enable COGTA to play a more enforcement role insofar as the support to the IGR structures. On the Back to Basics report, it was the Back to Basics program with the 5 pillars. We now have the 6 pillars, which includes local economic development, but it is those pillars that find expression in the indicators that were used to develop and assess municipalities through the state of local government. And that's the report we've indicated, Chair, that we will share with you. But as a committee, you will, that report is not it's not a statutory report to you. We're just sharing information with you so you have greater insight into municipalities as the AG would do their general report. But the reports that are crucial for the committee to consider will be the report in terms of Section 47 of the Municipal Systems Act on the performance of municipalities. Because that requires us to, as COGTA, to submit a formal report to you, and as well as then the report submitted in terms of Section 131 of the MFMA, which will give you the picture on the financial side and the audit outcome side. And as a committee, previously in my life in the department, the committee, like the National Committee, has just called certain municipalities before it. So next week, the National COGTA Portfolio Committee is meeting with eThekwini, Msunduzi, and Ubu District, based on the State of Local Government report that was presented to the legislature nationally. And similarly, based on our Section 47 report and Section 131 report, and I think some of the members may know, there were municipal hearings held as well. So, for example, Umzaniati appeared, Endumeni, and other municipalities. A sample was selected by the committee to engage with the municipalities. Of course, we can't instruct you, it's part of the oversight, but clearly you can help and guide us to make sure that municipalities take oversight seriously and that the department is then able to respond. Chairperson, I think I've responded to all of the issues.
Thank you. That was
except the interns.
Honorable Madrova?
It would be a follow-up. Thank you very important. Thanks, Honorable Chair. We want to thank the HOD. I think you have really covered most of our questions that we have asked, and also we are also happy about the response in regard to the issue of the water and together. Thank you very much, HOD. You have to keep it up, that good work, because our learners at school really, without water, they are missing out even on the teaching. I want to make a follow-up, Chair, on the issue of the fraud, corrupt, and maladministration, and also make a recommendation. I want to check whether you do have any of these corrupt maladministration in the Department of COGTA. If yes, we will request that in the formal meeting of the committee, maybe you table that particular report to know exactly the issue of corruption as well as maladministration. Having said that, Honorable Chair, there are also rumors to say that there are some employees that have been suspended and so on and so forth. We are not sure because we are a new committee. It's the first time that we meet you, HOD, and we are happy to meet you with your team. But we'll also request if there are any, that in the next meeting also we get a report regarding that in the meeting, because this one is the workshop. I can't say respond here. So it's my humble request, HOD. The other request that one will put forward, and I think the HOD chair has covered me, that 54 tailored plan for different municipalities, if we can get that report also. It can also come just as an annex, just to make us understand, and also so that we can read and understand the problems facing our municipalities, so that when we play an oversight, we know exactly what we are doing, with the priority of the challenges faced by different municipalities. And the last one, Chair, is around the issue of APP presented by Ms. Shengu.
I want to check HOD through the chair. If there is any amendment to the APP after has been presented to us as a committee, if there are any changes, does the department come back and report to us to say now there is a change? I'm just asking that, Chair, because the change of the APP or the targets, it talks to the budget that we must oversight. It also talks to our resolution that we have approved the APPs. I just want to check whether do you come back if there is any changes. Because we are in the workshop, I will ask it like that. Full stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlopa. We've come to the close, members. But before you respond, actually, I can see that you have been taking down notes, but we'll follow up with a formal email with the requests that have been made that we'd like you to table, your department to table at the next meeting. Just to follow up from my side as well with regards to those meters, and the reason I raise it is because as public reps, we deal with bread and butter issues of people, and they rely on us to raise these issues on these particular platforms and not just deal with the business as usual. So with regards to those meters, it's actually a widespread problem across eThekwini. And my question would be to the department is why would a ratepayers organization need to take the municipality to court in order to have something like this resolved when it is clear that it's evidence-based that there is a problem with those meters, and as a result of that, there is a problem with the billing? Why do we need to put ordinary people through that trauma of signing for acknowledgement of debt and waiting for the outcome of a court case in order to get resolution for their problem that they are dealing with? It's hard enough that they're dealing with unemployment and dealing with all sorts of issues, with them having to sign for acknowledgement of debt and have this debt hanging over their heads without being able to go to bed at night with a peaceful sleep, knowing that the matter has been resolved. What can COGTA department do in this instance? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julie. It's a long day. It's been a long day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honourable Madlopa. I appreciate the fact that we are fully accountable to this committee as a department together with our MEC. In terms of the maladministration, fraud and corruption within the department, we can safely say that there are reports that are processed on a quarterly basis. In this regard, they go to the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee. And they also track whether there is consequence management as a result of investigations undertaken within the department. So that system is in place, and certainly we do deal with those matters. I think also in terms of allaying the rumors about suspensions, yes indeed, members of the Portfolio Committee, 5 officials in the department were suspended on Friday last week. It included the CFO, the Director SCM, the Director Local Economic Development, Deputy Director Public Participation, and an Assistant Director also in SCM, correct. So those are the 5 officials that were suspended. It was following from a preliminary investigation undertaken by the department, and it is now pending a fuller investigation, which has already commenced through the appointment of a service provider, because we're doing it externally. That investigation should take us 40 days, because we have 60 days in which to conclude our investigation, make findings, and determine whether there are charges to be faced. So we will deal with it as a department, and as there is progress and we are able to report, we will do so. But please allow us the space to undertake the investigation in an
unbiased and fair manner to both the employees and the institution. At this stage, they remain allegations, and we will then deal with them subsequently. We can submit a report on the MSIPs. We don't have a problem with that, and we certainly take the recommendations. Honourable Nair, the issue of, and on the issue of the APP amendments, we cannot unilaterally as a department amend our APP. In fact, the auditors will question that amendment if it has not been adopted and approved by the portfolio committee. So it's the same with municipalities. The administration cannot change the SDBIP without going back to council, and it's the same here with the department. So if there are amendments, we will certainly come back to the committee with those amendments of either the indicators or the targets. So it will come back. Of course, we will come with explanations as to why we have to change targets or indicators and so on, and we'll be able to engage at that level. eThekwini, it's a complex issue because it's not just a billing issue. Billing will pick up what the meter reading is telling them, but actually it's an infrastructure related issue. So water and sanitation within eThekwini has to then deal with the root cause of the problem in terms of either the technology that is used for those meters and the adjustment. eThekwini has undertaken, or was in the process of undertaking, an entire meter audit. So that is something that we have worked with them on. And as COGTA, when we get to these revenue management issues, then we make sure that municipalities have a revenue enhancement strategy, because we want them obviously to collect the money they have to, and at the same time that they deal with the challenges that they are experiencing. So as much as we try to assist, we do so in a structured manner. And where we need to mediate in terms of discontented ratepayers and so on, then we do that as well. So yeah, Chair, we try our best with our limited resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, HUD, for the
question that has to be answered.
Okay, my apologies. Let's get that answered.
Thank you. Yes, with regards to interns, the department originally had the target of 100 interns. Departmental interns, they were appointed in March to start in April. The 15 that is populated on the presentation is in relation of the discretionary one for this current financial year that will come from the MEC's office. So the 100 interns were appointed. It was the target for the department. We have two groups of interns that are appointed by the department. We have the municipal interns, the ones that are deployed to the municipalities. And then we have the departmental interns that are employed within COGTA. The 100 is in relation to the departmental interns. Not the funding is within Program 1, Human Capital Development. It was originally funded, yes.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Yes, thanks, Honorable Chair. No, it's because we are in the workshop here, we can't take a decision. When we look at the Green Book, there are 15 interns that were budgeted for, but they were increased to 100. But I don't think, Chair, we need to discuss it here. Maybe we'll get it from the formal meeting, Chair.
I think that's what we should do.
Yes.
So I think, members, I just want to thank you for your cooperation, for being so patient, and for interrogating the reports as we should. I want to thank you, HUD, for your presence here and your cooperation and the comprehensive reporting that you've done today together with your team. I want to thank the staff for assisting us and for your cooperation as well. It's been a long day. I know all of you are tired. We have now come to a close, and we shall reconvene tomorrow morning. Please do join us for lunch. Thank you. Early dinner.
Well done, Chair.